The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain. Today, in the round of 16, Argentina and Egypt, they play at noon, and Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres, they may be in discussions with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He said, quote, "The Buffalo native is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish if true." And around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and is now a free agent. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries. The Browns have received or will receive at range from $4.951 million to $8.79 million. And the Commanders signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. In baseball, the Blue Jays got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. Speaking of food, we are grilling in here. It's 90 degrees in here. We've got this problem in the studio, in our studios, that it gets very hot. So much so that I heard it on WBEN this morning. Brian Mazurowski pointing out that it's warm.
Where basically the heat turns on.
The heat's on.
In your work in place in the middle of the summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Owen texted us. I'm like, what? I've grabbed the bedside fan that I sleep with every night. I didn't have a bigger one like ready to go at the helm, so sorry, this doesn't help you.
We're gonna be battling. Hey, if it's air movement, it'll help.
But honestly, I'm almost like I don't even know if it's helping. It's blowing hot air at me. It is 90 degrees in this room right now.
It's warm. It smells like heat. That's all right. We're here. Hey, everybody, how are you? Nick Mendola at 7 o'clock. Paul Hamilton at 8. We're going to talk a little bit about Peyton Krebs with Paul. Of course, we'll talk about Team USA's elimination last night after a 4-1 loss to Belgium, which was not great. Do you have let's go around the room. Do you have it reminded me of a sporting event that we all know? Because I had one early. Did it remind you of a sporting event that is, part of our history?
Do you have something in mind?
I do.
Because I think it would be something comparable to the Bills. But I don't know. Like the feeling of last night and the expectation of last night and then the just kaput.
Yeah.
Like that is Billsy more than it is anything hockey related for me.
Right,
but
well,
honestly,
hockey hasn't had too many teams good enough to have a downfall like that.
Right. But even like the Bills, I don't know that they ever had the raised level of expectation the way the U.S. did yesterday. Like we always knew how good the Bills were and have known how good the Bills are. So I don't know. Like, is there a season you're thinking about or a game? A game.
I thought of a game in the first half of watching this game last night. I thought this feels like this game.
Is it
13 seconds?
No.
Is it Bills?
Not at all.
Bills Bengals.
Bengals.
Yeah.
Bills Bengals, where you just had, that is a bad day. You got scored on early. A little sign of life. Wait a minute. It's like that meme of the girl who drinks kombucha or whatever. She's like, what? No. Or what did she drink? Like soda? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Yes, it was, bad early. A goal. Nope. Here comes complete domination. They were not there. They did not show up. Whatever the reason might be, it's the Bengals game. That was the Bengals game last night. And I guess what I want to do, like if we go back to the Bengal game, I won't go too far on the Bengal game, I promise. It's what happened? Were we not as good as we thought we were? Were there signs of this down the stretch? Mm-hmm. Of course, the Bengal game had like the Hamlin thing around it, central to it. But were there warts? Were there problems? And yeah, I mean, wasn't that the year that Allen said this doesn't look like a Super Bowl offense? Maybe that was a different year. Who knows? We mix them all together. Mm-hmm. That just for me, that was a year where bad day to have a bad day, and the U.S. had a bad day, and now like most things in sports, does it just confirm your priors about how good they are or aren't, or did you just have a bad day?
I mean, for me, it totally. I guess the one difference I would think between the Bills-Bengals example and this one is I truly think they had problems, but that Bills team was great. Like, they had a bad day, and they had some coaching errors, and maybe they were wearing the wrong cleats, and there were things about their roster that maybe weren't as good as I thought it was, but for the most part, we knew that team was still good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your quarterback is Josh Allen, so in the NFL, like, you're going to still be one of the best teams in the league, almost no matter how bad you do it around him. That yesterday, for me, it was the opposite of confirm my priors. Like, I went into that game feeling like, okay, this is the culmination of a decade of this is the golden generation, and they missed the World Cup in 2018, and ever since then, what have I been fed? That this is going to be different. They're more talented than past U.S. teams that were led by Donovan and Dempsey, and that they will. It's in 26. It's a story about when they had the 2022 World Cup. They lost there to Netherlands, European team. It's like, well, they're young, and they're 22, and you wait for 26. You wait for 26 when they're on home soil and they're all in the primes of their careers, and that's going to be the time where it's different. And I feel like I've been fooled for the last decade because they were no different. They got outclassed by a European team that's good, but also isn't as good as they were 12 years ago when the U.S. took them to extra time because of a keeper. But what happened? 10 years I've been told this was the tournament. It was going to look different, and then you showed up and you got destroyed. Mm-hmm. There was a point in the second half where expected goals were 1.8 to 0.2, and Courtois, who's one of the best keepers in the world, made his first save in the 82nd minute. He didn't have to make a save until the 82nd minute. Well, he had to make one, and he didn't because they had scored. But I feel like I've been duped for 10 years. So for me, it's the opposite. Yeah. I thought they were supposed to be as good as that team yesterday, and it was evident immediately that, like, oh no, this is going to be dominance from one side of the field, and it basically was.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. The beauty of the World Cup might be for USA fans is you get to get behind them, and if they lose, if you're a Team USA fan, you're maybe crushed. Brian Mazurowski is crushed this morning. If you follow this team, if you are very invested in this team and the U.S. outcome, you are crushed. If not, you can just kind of do one of those things where, like, man, all right, I guess I'll root for the Viking guy. Maybe I'll root for Norway now going in. So, it's not as crushing as like a Bills-Bengals playoff game.
Right.
And for me, how deep into soccer do we want to get here? I thought about 10 minutes before the game as I'm, looking through some of the lines about goal scorers. Who's going to score today? Just taking a look. And I thought, we had all this conversation about Balogun and his availability and whether or not he was going to play.
Right.
And he did play. It was very important that the U.S. had him because he's by far their best player. And I thought about Balogun, and I saw Leandro Trossard plays for Belgium. I'm like, that's right, Trossard plays for Belgium. Something I know. He plays for my favorite team, Arsenal. And I thought, you know what? Our best player was in Arsenal's academy and had to leave the Premier League to go play somewhere else, to go play Monaco, and one of the guys on Belgium is a routine player for the Premier League champs. Like, this team's going to outclass us. Of course they are. Of course that's what should have happened. They set De Bruyne and Jeremy Doku.
Yeah, two of their best three players. They just decided we don't even need
we're not
them.
going to play them. We're going to play a different format. No De Bruyne, no Jeremy Doku. I mean, like, these guys play at Manchester City. And for Team USA, it's like, well, he comes off the bench at such and such. Like, Right. You know, there's a level of, come on. And I don't want to do the thing I do, but whatever. Like, I'm not sure I do this very often, but for those of you that say same old Bills, when they lose a game to Miami in November, same old Bills. If this team that Joe Brady coaches this year has a 2-game losing streak in October, you'll have people say, like, same old Bills. Mm-hmm. Nothing is more same old Team USA than everybody is ready for a moment and they just absolutely fall apart. That is 20 years of that. 20 years of here comes your chance, faceplant. And, I mean, I'm not going to love bringing that up with Nick, but, you know, Nick Mandola, who we're going to have on at 7, he and I talk about soccer and Team USA, not just on the radio, but text back and forth as friends. And, you know, when they're in a tournament a year and a half ago, I'll write, like, hey, you know, I know they're doing pretty well. Are they going to fall on their face in the big moment again? Like, no. And sure enough, like, that's what that was on the grandest stage. It's the reason Bills-Bengals to me is a good comp is because Bills-Bengals and all these NFL playoff games of that level, that's not the AFC Championship game. That's not the Super Bowl. That's a game that you're supposed to win at home, fever pitch, and it's a standalone game, and everybody's watching, and everybody thinks one thing, and then you're just not up to it. And, again, whatever the backdrop was for that game, there were some factors, all the way down to cleats, like you said, but it's just never a good feeling. Maybe it's the kind of thing where you've watched your teams lose enough games, you start to just connect them. Like, this pain reminds me of this pain. They're associated. So, you know, whatever. We can get your calls in if you want, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 as we talk about Team USA's loss. And, you know, maybe this means it's the end of the World Cup for you. I did think it was funny on Fox during the game that kind of pleaded, there are still games you can still watch.
Yeah.
Which I will. I will watch the
but
exact same amount of World Cup soccer that I would have anyway, which is pretty much every game. It was the 94th game of the World Cup last night, match 94.
Yeah.
And anytime I'm available, I'm watching these games. And, you know, as much as I'm disappointed for Team USA and for us and for SoFi Stadium, which would have been a scene against Spain.
Yep.
If they had won, they go to SoFi and play Spain. And, you know, just all these opportunities to continue to, whatever, come together as a country, root for something fun, watch sports. I'm equally as excited for, like, Belgium, Spain, that's a good game. And so is, you know, Norway and England, and so is on and on and on.
We were one win, though, away from, like, uncharted territory.
From
the U.S.
fever pitch.
Emotionally and excitement level, like, it was sitting right there, one win away. And I hear what you're saying about, like, Belgium being deeper. And right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything really until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like, the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy. And two of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like, Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus. And they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set, like, a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is these are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe. And they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, like, which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. Like, they were – I think that really added to it is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and, like, watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, like, he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. wrong? I guess looking back now, it was. Was it wrong to expect them just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's like, well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams? Because now today it feels like it should never get there.
Yep. 803-0550. We can chat about it if you want. I mean, like I said, it's heartbreak for some. BMAS is beside himself. Nick is mad. Nick tweeting last night, don't tell me the future is bright. This is a stinker. And Team USA's got to wear it for a while. So
yeah, I had a buddy get last night. He was like, "Well, listen, let me give you some numbers on how many more kids are playing soccer in the U.S." Right? Not the time.
Yeah,
I don't need to hear that today, but maybe Knox will save us all.
My son plays a lot of soccer. Yeah. He loves soccer, and he's disappointed. No joke. Last night, the kids were up late watching the game a little bit and playing with friends over, and when we're all turning off the television to go to bed, hey, the U.S. lost. And my daughter, she's performing a bit on a television show, goes, the U.S. lost? Yeah. But last year, the Buffalo Bills lost. Yeah. And then the year after that, the Sabres lost. Yeah.
Learning.
And now Team USA lost? I'm like, yeah. This is how this goes.
But did you watch the gold medal game at the Winter Olympics?
Right. We got that.
Something.
We got that. I'll tell you, though, I thought about that game also because of something you used to say about USA hockey, and we'll get to that a little bit later because, we'll get some calls in here and stay on target a little bit. 803-0550. Anthony in New York City. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning. Guys, listen, my family came from Italy. I watched soccer as a kid. The United States cannot compete with European teams, okay? Europe is the best in soccer. Plain simple. They got abused by Belgium last night. Abused.
They did. Belgium is a country of about 11 million people.
Yeah.
The U.S., 350 million people. I was doing comps. It's like the U.S. just lost to Ohio.
Yeah.
Or Georgia. If those numbers are updated, the ones that I saw.
I mean, yeah.
On some level.
There is that, and then there is Belgium plays in UEFA. And I think those teams, it's not a secret why they're all better than the U.S.
Right.
It is how the countries are built with academies and just the culture of the sport, and that is the number one sport in all of those countries. Of course, that's why the U.S. could go into all of these games against countries that have a tenth of the population that they do. And
a tenth? Try
less than that.
A 30th.
Right, a 30th of it, and get outclassed like that. And, again, that's where I feel like I've been duped because I thought there was progress being made in all that stuff. And where do you want to see the results of that progress? Go hang with them. Just make it look like – lose a game where – the opposite happens where you look like you're on par with them and their goalkeeper has a giant oof where he kicks the ground and the ball goes back to your guy and you lose a game that way. Then it'd be like, oh, heartbreaking. I lost in the World Cup. But you know what? Look at that. I am on their level. You just couldn't argue that for a second after that game yesterday.
The comparisons that were coming out from the sports world were great. A lot of college football comparisons.
Yeah,
I saw this is an SEC team that started 5-0 in non-conference play and then got to the SEC and got bodied. And another good one is this is a James Franklin team. Looked great against teams in the 20 to 40s. Get a top 10 team and you're actively falling apart.
I did see them compared to the Patriots yesterday, which is easy schedule, looked amazing, and then they played someone actually good and they got destroyed.
Yeah. Well, there's the part where getting swept up in it was fun. Could they beat Belgium? They played 10 times. How many times they win that game? 2?
They've played 2 times in the last 4 months, and they've lost by a combination of 9-3.
Yeah.
That's the total score.
Maybe you win 2, you draw 2, and you lose 6.
You play 10 times, I might think they'd beat that team twice.
Maybe.
Going into the game yesterday, I felt like they might beat them 5 times.
Which is why, listen, the host countries got somewhat favorable draws in their groups, did they not?
They did.
We all thought the groups you were in were kind of soft, and they looked pretty good against Australia and pretty good against Bosnia in their win. And who was the first game of the tournament because they looked absolutely the most Paraguay. This is the best I've ever seen a U.S. team play. And along the way, some of the coverage of the whole event was Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and Rebecca Lowe's asking Zlatan, can they win the World Cup? And he said yes. And now doesn't that look like the most ridiculous thing you'd ever thought of in your life?
Right.
Like they're going to just run through Belgium and then Spain
and then France
and then come
That's
on.
why Tim Howard got asked the same question, and he said, no, it's literally impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah. Tim Howard, it's impossible. Not swept up in the moment. Winning and beating Belgium. Belgium would have been the biggest and most meaningful win, not just because of the place it is in the tournament, but also because you would have beaten a top 10 team in a tournament.
Yeah.
And instead, it's like, come on. You lost to Belgium. Had they been in a different group, they might not have. Well, they'd probably get out of whatever group they're in because you have to be top 3 for the most part. They're a good side. They have some good players, but flew a little too close to the sun, dreamed a little too big, got a little too puff out of chests. Mm-hmm. I have another cowherd take that sent me yesterday that I'm gonna bring to you a little later in the show.
Can't wait for I did not see a cowherd.
You
take
probably
yesterday.
won't think it's that bad. It's basically him.
It's not as bad as his one from a couple weeks ago.
That the entire U.S. team would just be Erling Haaland. Yeah, that's a pretty bad one.
I saw there was a thread going yesterday. Who started it? Was it who started it? Someone started a if Haaland was born in the U.S., what would he be? Thread.
Of course.
And none of them were soccer player. One of them was Josh Allen.
Yes, he would just have the ability to throw a football wherever he wants. Right. That's what we every athlete that's tall and powerful can just do everything they want, no matter what. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Portugal's out, so I'm out of our tournament. I think I go and Portugal, who was like my second team to root for this year. I think I'm all.
You got to find a new favorite team.
It's easy. I get to go all the way in for Norway. All the way. Norway and England. Whoever wins that game is who I'll root for. And I think I might root for Norway.
England?
Yes, 100%. England.
Oh, can't
Easy.
Can't get with you on
Easy
that one.
England. Come on. France has won it. Argentina's won it. All these other teams have won it.
Colombia hasn't won it.
I'd root for Morocco. I'd root for if Belgium got deep. Sure.
Morocco is my team. But what's wrong with Colombia?
Nothing's wrong.
They got players I like. Luis Diaz is fun.
Depends who they play. If they play Argentina in the next round, I'll root for Colombia. It'll be game to game, but who would I like to see win the whole thing? Probably Norway or England.
Is there anybody you'd least like to see win the tournament?
France.
Just because they
just nothing against them. They're great. France and Argentina. They played in the final last year and they won.
You want to see fresh blood?
Yeah, I'd like to see somebody else win it. Don't give me a Duke Kansas final. Let's get somebody else in there. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So, Paul Hamilton coming up at 8 o'clock on some Sabres chatter. I'm sure he will not want to talk about the World Cup. He will talk about how he not only did he not watch it, he the opposite of watched it. Whatever that might be.
Avoided it at all costs.
Brian, how about you next segment, Brian? You're walking by. We're 2 minutes from a break, so 40. All right, 45. Okay, Brian Mazurowski's going to come in and we'll comfort him.
He's banging down the door to get on and get to another microphone. One's not enough for him.
That's right. He's got to go multiple stations. Nick Mendola at 7 o'clock. There's a Patrick Kane rumor, and now that I think
rumor-ish. It's kind of a rumor.
Rumor-ish. I don't know that
it's a rumor that is acknowledging another rumor that is kind of a mystery rumor.
You can't find it.
Yeah.
Right? I got to go find to see if Luke Fox ever responded to my tweet.
It's like, basically, it is like Inception where you're in the levels of dreams. This is like a third level rumor. Like we're not in the first rumor. We're deeper than that. Yeah. We're into a second rumor, and we don't know how to get out into the first rumor.
Right. In his piece at Sportsnet, Luke Fox lists Kane as the number 2 free agent and says he is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown team. But there's no link to any report.
Right.
Like, who is reporting that?
Or is he using reportedly as, hey, I talked to Friedman, like, behind the scenes, and he basically told me that.
Right. Who is reporting that? Who is because there's I'm hearing, that's not report, but reportedly means someone is reporting it. I haven't seen anybody that's actually reporting it, so who knows if that's true. Claude Giroux to the Senators.
Yeah.
That is happening again.
Disappointed. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah. 803-0550, our number. On Team USA, if you want it, you can throw it our way. Nick Mendola at 7 o'clock here on WGR.
Is there a season you're thinking about or a game?
Game.
A game?
I thought of a game in the first half of watching this game last night,
Jeremy
I
went here
thought,
for Riverfront.
this feels like this game.
Is it
13 seconds.
No,
Bills?
not at all.
Bills Bengals.
Bengals.
Yeah.
Bills Bengals, where you just had, whoop, that is a bad day. You got scored on early. A little sign of life. Wait a minute. It's like that meme of the girl who drinks kombucha or whatever. She's like, what? No. Or what'd she drink? Like soda? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Yes, it was, bad early. A goal. Nope. Here comes complete domination. They were not there. They did not show up. Whatever the reason might be. It's the Bengals game. That was the Bengals game last night. And I guess what I want to do, like if we go back to the Bengal game, I won't go too far on the Bengal game, I promise. It's what happened? Were we not as good as we thought we were? Were there signs of this down the stretch? Mm-hmm. Of course, the Bengal game had like the Hamlin thing around it, central to it. But were there warts? Were there problems? And yeah, I mean, wasn't that the year that Allen said this doesn't look like a Super Bowl offense? Maybe that was a different year. Who knows? We mix them all together. Mm-hmm. That just for me, that was a year where bad day to have a bad day, and the U.S. had a bad day, and now like most things in sports, does it just confirm your priors about how good they are or aren't, or did you just have a bad day?
I mean, for me, it totally. I guess the one difference I would think between the Bills-Bengals example and this one is I truly think they had problems, but that Bills team was great. Like, they had a bad day, and they had some coaching errors, and maybe they were wearing the wrong cleats, and there were things about their roster that maybe weren't as good as I thought it was, but for the most part, we knew that team was still good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your quarterback is Josh Allen, so in the NFL, like, you're going to still be one of the best teams in the league, almost no matter how bad you do it around him. That yesterday, for me, it was the opposite of confirm my priors. Like, I went into that game feeling like, okay, this is the culmination of a decade of this is the golden generation, and they missed the World Cup in 2018, and ever since then, what have I been fed? That this is going to be different. They're more talented than past U.S. teams that were led by Donovan and Dempsey, and that they will. It's in 26. It's a story about when they had the 2022 World Cup. They lost there to Netherlands, European team. It's like, well, they're young, and they're 22, and you wait for 26. You wait for 26 when they're on home soil and they're all in the primes of their careers, and that's going to be the time where it's different. And I feel like I've been fooled for the last decade because they were no different. They got outclassed.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain. Today, in the round of 16, Argentina and Egypt, they play at noon. And Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He says, quote, the Buffalo native reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish if true. And around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and is now a free agent. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries, and the Commanders, they signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. In baseball, the Blue Jays got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets, they beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Unfortunately, we are who we thought we were. Okay, we said coming into this tournament, the expectations. We'd hoped we could get to a quarterfinal, and we could have. But a lot of us said round of 16 was probably the realistic expectation. Now, if you catch lightning in the bottle, we just didn't get big games from our big players tonight. Pulisic had a really tough night, even from the first minute of the game. I think Eric, our statistician, passed me a piece of paper. He said Pulisic's first 5 touches, turnovers, first 3 of them. Yeah. He looked like the moment was too big for him. I thought this was going to be a big game for him, and it just wasn't. And
that is Stuart Holden.
That is some rewriting of the expectations, in my opinion. Like, the expectation was, we'll make the round of 16. If we catch lightning in a bottle, we can do better than that. Isn't that what they were 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Or 14 years ago? Like, that wasn't your expectation. You were favored. You were favored to win that game yesterday. I thought this was supposed to be, you go as far as you ever have. That wasn't round of 16. That was quarterfinals. Go one more. Just one more. Go one more round than you've ever gone before, because this is the golden generation.
Right. The successful tournament versus failure. Failure would have been short of this, and success would have been past this, and this is just fine.
I don't know. I think it's for me it's a failure.
But it's just a failure to deliver on the heightened expectation as opposed to
but that's,
they didn't lose to Bosnia. Bosnia
no.
is the failure. It's I don't want to like the Bills here. They didn't lose in the Skylar Thompson wild card game. They lost in the divisional round.
Yep.
But we know this.
All the context of what this tournament was supposed to be for them, just to do what they've always done before, like, to me that is the failure. Because anything that was short of, well, this is going to be the best team we've ever seen play for them is, to me, like, that is a lot closer to a failure than it is to a successful tournament for them.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. There's games today. Argentina, Egypt, and Colombia, and Switzerland.
The third goal from Belgium reminded me of a Bills play. So the goal...
What's it say that every single bad thing that happens...
Reminds me of something.
We can just be like, oh, you know what that was exactly like?
Right.
Hold on. Which Bills play did that remind you of?
His foot gets stuck in the turf, and then it's but did he do it on purpose? I don't even know. Like, was he trying to hold it back?
I don't know.
Matt Freese, like, just totally turns the ball over. Horrific play. And then Tim Ream is somehow unable to deflect it away. The Bryce Brown fumble.
Okay, against the Chiefs where he fumbles in the end zone.
Here's why it reminded me of that. One, what a terrible, terrible play by the guy who fumbled it away, Bryce Brown, and then last night Matt Freese. And at the same time, The second guy. How?
Scott Chandler.
How? Scott Chandler. Tim Ream is Scott Chandler. How did you not deflect that ball away? It was right at you.
Yeah.
And he did he even touch it?
That's
Maybe
a good
he
one.
deflected it.
How many plays in history are there? You have one guy makes a mistake, but the other guy has a chance to make up for it, and it's equally bad.
Right. Like, that's exactly
That's
what I
funny.
thought. Like, because Scott Chandler had the ball in his hands in the end zone and couldn't keep it. And that was Tim Ream. Dude, just hit it at all, and it's not going to go in the net. And he wasn't able to. Brutal.
Tough one.
And that was like, I mean, another Buffalo play. The Luukkonen goal in Game 2 against Boston. Like, oh, the game's just over now.
Yeah, the bounce.
Like, I'm down 1, and maybe even things don't even feel like they're going well. The U.S. opened up that second half looking good. They had the ball. They were creating chances. They came close to tying it a couple of times. And then, oh, wait, what? Our goalie just let that in? It's like, oh, it just feels like everything's over now.
Christian Pulisic had a rough game. He's catching a lot of it today. I've seen who's Pulisic's NFL comp. Our Joe Kelly here. I've decided, by the way, I got this chili chain.
The chili chain. It's not helping it be chili.
It's the chili peppers chain from the Cosmic Baseball. I decided how we're going to use this.
Okay.
You feel like you're ready to give out a hot take, you put on the chili chain.
Chili
all right,
chain.
hang on. Here we go. You guys let me know.
He's putting on the chili chain.
I got it's hot take time.
All right.
It's hot take time. The chili chain goes on.
I like it.
I respect that. Yeah.
Which I would give this to you to say, like, Pulisic is Nathan Peterman. I know you're kidding about that.
Yes.
Who is Pulisic?
Peterman.
I'll give you one. Who is Pulisic's NFL comp? And whatever, loose here. Justin Herbert.
I think that's a good one.
He's definitely awesome.
I was thinking Lamar.
But where is his delivery? Hasn't happened. Is it always his fault? No. But
He also has been hurt 3 times in the last 2 World Cups.
yep.
Right.
Yep. So like Justin Herbert. Now, is he as good as Justin Herbert? Because Justin Herbert's the 6th best quarterback in football.
Well,
and Pulisic's not the 6th best player in soccer.
What world am I living in? Am I living in the whole world of soccer, or am I just living in the history of the United States? Because he's supposed to be the best player they've ever had.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And if he's the best player they've ever had, and in the biggest moments he is not getting it done, I mean, what is that? That's early Peyton Manning, or that's Lamar Jackson, right?
Yep. And again, you only get once every 4 years to do this. So
that is where it's not as heartbreaking. It's not as deflating as if after the Sabres lost a Game 7 or after the Bills lose a playoff game, because it's just not the same level of investment. But the time period being so far away, I'm not this guy, but there is always next season. There's always next year. I'm going to be good again next year, Bills or Sabres. You don't have that here. It's 4 years.
yeah,
I have to wait 4 years
I just win other tournaments
to see it again. Right, the Gold Cup, a win along the way. But, yeah, I would say Lamar for him. This is back-to-back World Cups where you're not making a big enough difference. You're supposed to be the best player in the team. And he was not their best player in this tournament, right? Tillman was better than him. Balogun was better than him. You probably could go further down the list. But did he do anything that was really that great? What was his best moment in the entire tournament?
The opening game, just in general.
And he created the own goal?
The first goal of the tournament. Yeah, I mean, he was very good in the first half of that game, then picked up the knock or the injury, whatever it was. 803-0550. Happy July 7th. Bills training camp is in 22 days.
The jerseys come out in 20 days.
The gray jerseys come out in 20 days.
And we're a month away from arbitration, which is exciting for the Sabres. If, it even gets there. It might not.
Yeah.
No, it's Patrick Kane watch, isn't it?
I guess it's Patrick Kane watch. I asked you this question yesterday. I'm still kind of living in this spot, which is if they added a forward, forwards would have to go. Mm-hmm. Someone has to leave. I know Tuck is gone, but they have an overabundance of second-tier forwards. Is that fair? Second and third-tier forwards? They have a lot of them. Here's Krebs going to arbitration. They're just going to sign him, or are they going to wait for the number and walk away?
I think that's a really interesting one and a tough one. Like
What if he gets 4.5 a year?
Yeah, I was looking yesterday at comparables this summer, and Jack Drury, who had 12 less points than him last year, which was a career high for him, 27, got 5 years, $4.5 million per year.
Yeah.
Like, if that is what Krebs is looking for, what do? You trading him?
I mean,
I'm not signing him to that, am I?
If you're trading him because he's going to arbitration, you're trading him to a team that's going to sign him to
So-
that kind of money.
Right. The thing about arbitration that would maybe be good there, though, is the team selects the amount of years. And would you just say, yeah, we'll just put him on a 1-year deal? That's fine. And it might even cost you $4 million. I don't know what that's going to look like. But he could be the guy. You would say, listen, I love him. Lindy loves him. That's kind of where I feel like there's a bit of a roadblock, is Lindy likes him a lot. Krebs played the most minutes at 5-on-5 in the Boston series of any of their forwards. He played the most. But what's his role going forward? Is he a first-line winger like he just was for half a year? Is he my fourth-line center again? I have 3 other fourth-line centers. I don't need him for that. And also, he does not play special teams. And he really never has. He doesn't play. He played 11 minutes of penalty kill last year. Like, he doesn't play on the penalty kill. So I've got a forward that, yeah, he's a Swiss Army knife, but I don't really know what his role is. He doesn't play special teams. And would it make sense to say I'm going to sub him out for a guy that's going to help me on the power play? Because that's what Kane would be. I think that's a defendable idea. And that's not even doing it because of who he is. Doing it because he's from here and doing it because of the tickets. I'm going to sub out Krebs for somebody that plays on the power play and helps me there. Because I don't know what his role is otherwise. His role is he just going to be Tage's left winger again on the top line?
Possibly. They do play a lot together, right? And except now
They did last year.
Now it'll be without Tuck. It's Krebs, Benson, Tage, if Tage is at center. Let's get a break in. Brian Mazurowski is going to pop in at some point and give us some soccer thoughts. Nick Mendola at 7 o'clock on WGR.
Hey, it's Stinky Joe DiBiase here for Awaken 180, and this morning I got a little bit of a jog in and a little bit of a breakfast, and, a year ago would have felt a little more tough to do that, and, since I have that, the pounds that went down for me, it wasn't just a number on the scale. Awaken 180 helped me a lot with that. My body stopped arguing with me, and then Paige at Awaken 180 gave me a pretty big update because Awaken 180 clients have now crossed the 1 million pounds loss mark. And 1 million pounds, I didn't hear about that as some corporate milestone. I heard my pounds stacked in with everybody else's. Scale after scale, belt notch after belt notch. Somebody else finishing week 1 thinking this is a program that I can actually do. And that's not one success story. That's thousands of people who stopped waiting and started themselves. And the number is still I hear what you're saying about, like, Belgium being deeper. And, right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything, really, until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like, the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy. And 2 of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like, Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus. And they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set, like, a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is... These are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe. And they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. They were. I think that really added to it. Is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. Was it wrong? I guess looking back now it was. Was it wrong to expect them, just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams?
All right, we got 3 minutes with Brian Mazurowski from News Radio 930 WBEN here to talk about the World Cup loss, and then Nick Mendola coming up top of the hour. Brian, how you doing this morning?
I think you brought me in here to cry
A little bit.
on camera. Is that the?
Are we got him
Our
on camera?
first
Sure,
years on camera.
We could do
we're
that.
looking for,
That's all you brought me in here to do. It stinks. It's the worst, and it's the worst when you go out there and play the worst game possible. I mean, it could not have gone any worse. Yesterday was going so great. I mean, the Balogun stuff, it was just the us against the world. You just had it going, and then they came out, and it was just. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah,
It was terrible.
it was terrible. It's a bad day to have a bad day, but I wonder how you would react to this. Something I said to Joe, and I'll say to Nick Mendola too, that is the identity of U.S. soccer for a long time. The lights are on. It's a big moment. Are they ready for the step? And the answer is almost always no.
Yeah, I don't think it's the spotlight. It's just the wall. It's
Sure.
You're at a certain level of playing the game, and you have a certain quality on the field, and then eventually you just hit a team that's going to be better than you, and then and sometimes you can make it happen. And you have 4 years ago, you play a great game against England. It's 0-0, and you maybe should have won that game. And you've got examples of that. You go to the World Cup where you should have beat Portugal, and then you played well against Germany. Examples like that. But in general, yeah, that's you run into the wall.
Yeah.
Which what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
The-
They're bringing out Lukaku in the second half off the bench.
Right.
Right. They didn't even really play. Doku didn't come in until it was 3-1. De Bruyne didn't even come in. Lukaku, they didn't even need. I mean, he doesn't play till the end.
De Bruyne would start for the U.S. for 3 more World Cups.
Yeah.
And he's he's sitting on a cooler.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's brutal. It's brutal. I'd like to say it would get better. I don't know if it will, but this is kind of my thing today. It's who needs the World Cup? I don't. Does anyone really follow the World Cup? I'm more of a Gold Cup guy myself.
Yeah, obviously.
That's the real tournament. The trophy's much bigger.
It is bigger.
Much
That
bigger.
is true. It's 3 times
Would
bigger.
you rather win this little World Cup trophy that's a beer glass or the gold. Have you seen the Gold Cup?
I know which one my kids would rather have. The big one.
We have so many. We have way more Gold Cups than we have more Gold Cups than England, Brazil, combined.
Right.
It's unbelievable. And that's next year. So this was kind of like the tune-up.
I like it.
Tune-up for next year.
I like it. Spin zone there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and cry on my own station.
There you go. Brian Mazurowski, News Radio 930, WBEN. The Gold Cup. Let me look at that Gold Cup statue or trophy.
Oh, it's like it's also shinier than the current.
You know what it
World
looks
Cup
like?
Trophy.
It looks kind of like By the way, I searched Gold Cup trophy, and the reality is that I just got a bunch of generic Gold Cup trophies. And I was about to say
that makes sense.
I was about to say it kind of looks generic, but it's because I was looking at the actual generic mock-ups of I could buy a trophy for $5. True story, another my kids moment. Last night, again, I said we had people over for the game, and there were kids over playing, and I walk in the house, and I hear my daughter say to other children, "Do you want to see my dad's trophies?" One of those trophies is it's a fantasy football.
Fantasy football, the LoSAD trophy.
Yeah, the fantasy football trophy. I'm like,
Wow.
I'm in that moment, I'm thinking, yeah.
Is that the most impressive one that's on there?
No,
for size.
The member guest size. Yeah, the LoSAD trophy is the biggest one.
Okay,
but the member guest from last year is up there too.
Yeah, because the Gold Cup trophy is like 3 feet tall.
That's good. All right, let's go win that.
A little smaller than that. 29 inches is what I've got here. 15 pounds.
I will say, like, of the
That's
whole...
still bigger than the World Cup, though.
The country, the world being taken over by the Balogun drama.
Yeah.
And the takes that started to come out, like, holy cow.
Every country in Europe put a statement out about how offensive it was.
There were statements. I'm more interested in the takes. Like, I think it was Taylor Twellman, who's like... Pochettino should make a statement and not play Balogun to show they can win without him.
That was ridiculous.
Right. Your most important player, arguably, got reinstated, but you should not play him to make a point.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was more interested like what Belgium meant by that they were reserving all options if he was on the field.
Oh, they said
what does that mean?
Punching people.
The only it's either violence or I'm like, are they going to do a walk-off? Senegal walked off the field in like the African Cup of Nations last year. Like they just left. I'm like, they could do that, but I think you're forfeiting if you do that.
I feel like, every 4 years, the dreams of these players to win a World Cup. Instead, they thought, let's just go beat the U.S.
Yeah,
it was
easy.
It is a great lesson in sports narratives because before the game, Belgium was whiny and distracted, and that was a problem. Mm-hmm. This is going to be bad for them because they're too distracted. And after the game, it's actually they were galvanized by it and brought together. So, sports narratives at work.
And then they posted their account posted after the win, overturned this.
Yep. With Lukaku with a phone to his ear.
Yeah.
Deserved. Pretty funny.
That's how you trash
Pretty
talk
funny.
After that happens to you.
803-0550. If you want to pop in, Nick Mendola on the other side. We'll turn to some Bills matters, some Sabres matters as well as we get closer and closer to training camp. Meanwhile, the story on Brandon Ayuk.
This is what I can't even keep track of. This point.
The latest thing he did was...
We're talking like Antonio Brown with the Raiders level of every day something crazy's happening.
Yes, that's right. He was quiet for a year, and we just wondered. And now it's every 4 days he's saying something, including talking about the Commanders and Jaden Daniels and saying, and saying you're on my team, and he's not on the Commanders.
No, but also he's mad at Jaden Daniels because Jaden Daniels like unfollowed him on all social medias.
Yeah,
and he's
it's not going well.
Yeah, like that was your one friend in the league that was maybe going to help you get a job. Although he's still in the 49ers.
He is,
which is incredible.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550, Jeremy and Joe. Nick Mendola to give us the wrap on USA Soccer from last night. The loss to Belgium, 4-1.
Is there a season you're thinking about or a game?
Game.
A game?
I thought of a game. In the first half of watching this game last night, I thought, this feels like This game.
Is it
13 seconds.
No.
is it Bills?
Not at all.
Bills Bengals.
Bengals.
Yeah.
Bills Bengals. Where you just had, whoop, that is a bad day. You got scored on early. A little sign of life. Wait a minute. It's like that meme of the girl who drinks kombucha or whatever. She's like, what? No. Or what'd she drink? Like soda? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Yes, it was, bad early. A goal. Nope. Here comes complete domination. They were not there. They did not show up. Whatever the reason might be. It's the Bengals game. That was the Bengals game last night. And I guess what I want to do, like if we go back to the Bengal game, I won't go too far on the Bengal game, I promise. It's what happened? Were we not as good as we thought we were? Were there signs of this down the stretch? Mm-hmm. Of course, the Bengal game had like the Hamlin thing around it, central to it. But were there warts? Were there problems? And yeah, I mean, wasn't that the year that Allen said this doesn't look like a Super Bowl offense? Maybe that was a different year. Who knows? We mix them all together. Mm-hmm. That just for me, that was a year where bad day to have a bad day, and the U.S. had a bad day, and now like most things in sports, does it just confirm your priors about how good they are or aren't, or did you just have a bad day?
I mean, for me, it totally. I guess the one difference I would think between the Bills-Bengals example and this one is I truly think they had problems, but that Bills team was great. Like, they had a bad day, and they had some coaching errors, and maybe they were wearing the wrong cleats, and there were things about their roster that maybe weren't as good as I thought it was, but for the most part, we knew that team was still good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your quarterback is Josh Allen, so in the NFL, like, you're going to still be one of the best teams in the league, almost no matter how bad you do it around him. That yesterday, for me, it was the opposite of confirm my priors. Like, I went into that game feeling like, okay, this is the culmination of a decade of this is the golden generation, and they missed the World Cup in 2018, and ever since then, what have I been fed? That this is going to be different. They're more talented than past U.S. teams that were led by Donovan and Dempsey, and that they will. It's in 26. It's a story about when they had the 2022 World Cup. They lost there to Netherlands, European team. It's like, well, they're young, and they're 22, and you wait for 26. You wait for 26 when they're on home soil and they're all in the primes of their careers, and that's going to be the time where it's different. And I feel like I've been fooled for the last decade because they were no different. They got outclassed.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run to the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain. Today, in the round of 16, Argentina and Egypt, they play at noon, and Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He says, quote, the Buffalo native is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish, if true. And around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and is now a free agent. The Commanders, they signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. And Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports the Browns receive cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees beat the Rays 5-1. And the Mets, they beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Which means the wall can jump. Tillman over the wall, scores! Malik Tillman! Lightning strikes twice, and the United States has tied the game!
One of the bright spots from last night's game. We've been talking lots of World Cup in this summer, this heat dome that hit us last week. It's now in our studio, the heat dome. It's warm in here because of the takes, Joe. That's right. It's the takes. Jeremy and Joe, good morning,
It's that
everybody.
chili pepper over there.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I got it.
There it
Cosmic
is.
baseball chili pepper. He's
It's
heating
radiating heat.
heating up the room with our takes. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Cali here as well. World Cup rolls on without Team USA. They get bodied by Belgium 4-1 in a game that ends up as a pretty big disappointment, sour taste after what's been a good tournament for the U.S. And Belgium goes on to play Spain Friday from SoFi Stadium. Throughout the tournament, we've talked to Nick Mendola. That won't stop now. We'll do it again today, and as things go on as well. But we've previewed and recapped the USA games, and Nick joins us here on the Western Hotline. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, boys.
I read your piece at NBC Soccer, Nick. I was, eager to see what you had to say about it. And I think, I'll let you speak for what you think about the game, what you think about what it means in the context of everything. But I appreciated that you basically said anybody saying the future is bright is missing the point. Maybe right now is not the time to try and do something like that. So, your earliest emotions and kind of where you are right now after Team USA's clunker against Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just looking at that guy and saying, not now, Derek. Like, it's just really, really upsetting. The performance was poor. The plan was fine. The lineup was what you wanted, and then they just went out there and they I know it's a cliche, but they picked a bad time to play a bad game, and boy, was it bad. The stars were bad. You need your stars to shine. They weren't good. The weaknesses were their weaknesses, and Belgium exposed them. And it shouldn't have been that bad. And I don't think any of the players or coaches or anyone can explain why they didn't really show up.
How much of it was talent versus how much of it was guys like Pulisic and others that really should have been better? Like, I guess it looked like an outclassing, Nick, and that's why I and so many are disappointed. Is I thought this was supposed to look a lot closer, if not even look like they're on par with this team compared to what they looked like, 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, the weaknesses are at the back, and the weaknesses are well, it's pretty clear now in goal as well. We talked about beforehand that their goalkeeper had never been on a stage like this, and we can see, is he just another goalkeeper, or is he capable of something bigger? And he most clearly was not. He had a couple nice saves, but obviously a massive error. But no, I think, their stars didn't show up. Christian Pulisic is in an almost 6-month-long funk. He did not score for his club from January 1st onward. And he has one goal for the U.S. in that time, and that was against Senegal in a game he looked good. And look, he looked bright against Paraguay before he got hurt. When he came back from injury, he looked bright, and he was poor yesterday. And it wasn't anything Belgium did to take him out of the game. He just dribbled into traffic. He looked like he didn't quite have it. He ended up getting injured on kind of a freak play where he went to kick the ball and instead kicked the guy trying to block a shot. And it wasn't just him. Weston McKennie worked hard but was sloppy. Serginho Dest defensively was very poor. And again, we talked about at the back, there really wasn't, aside from maybe the fullbacks, there wasn't a defender who had a good game.
Nick Mendola joining us. Not a defender that had a good game. Pulisic, not a good game. Balogun, of course, Nick, was the story going in. And I'm sure there's like a lot of narrative surrounding it. But what did Belgium do that made it so this U.S. attack that had been at times relentless, their press had been really good? What did Belgium do to stop that? And was it scoring the first goal? Because the U.S. had scored the first goal often in this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, I think that they were not prepared. I was talking to Bulldog yesterday, and I said, I don't think this team realizes that they can lose. And it was almost like the minute they went down, I realized they came back and scored on a free kick that deflected into the goal. But performance-wise, it was almost like the minute that they went down, they were like, oh, what do we do now? Like, this is unforeseen territory. We're supposed to be a team of destiny. And it was just not great. Balogun obviously wins the free kick that leads to the goal on one of Pulisic's only real good plays of the night. But I thought Balogun was one of the only guys who showed up. He had the appropriate amount of vigor, if you will. He tried to make things happen the way he looked like he did the whole tournament. Between him and Tillman and I guess Anthony Robinson and Alex Freeman, that was just about it in terms of guys who were both sharp and tuned into the game.
Yeah, the types of goals that happened too, especially the first one. Like, why no one goes for that ball? I'm assuming they just didn't want to kick. They didn't want to kick and hit a guy and draw a penalty, but I just felt like you got guys standing around when the ball is in the air in your own box. And that's what makes bad defending look even worse, is when the goal is a tap in and it is that easy for Belgium. It didn't really feel like they had to work that hard on a couple of those.
Yeah, Joe, I wish you were in my living room and able to ask me that question when I was trying to write up the story, because I would have came up with a different lead and I would have said it was symbolic of their errors for the day. Who wants it? Who's going to step up and take the? There were four guys, maybe, if I'm visualizing it correctly. Mm-hmm. There were four guys who could have stepped to that ball and clear it, and it was like everybody else was waiting for someone else to do it.
Nick, Mauricio Pochettino had been receiving rave reviews through this point in the tournament, and the idea that maybe they wanted him back. Will there be, do you think, a change at this point? He's got a club offer right at AC Milan. Is that the club?
No, that was there, but they've hired
somebody else.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
He might have opportunities, though, and we've seen other countries have made their move, firing and hiring. Do you think they'll want Pochettino back? Will he want to do it again?
They 100% will want him back, I think. Will he want to come back is a question mark. What I was thinking after the game is they may well give him a contract. He may well want to do better in terms of finishing a World Cup. He might want to go through the qualifying process. But I doubt that he'll be the manager by the time we get to the World Cup, because what's going to happen is he is already a name on the market that people would have wanted before this tournament. He did well at this tournament. I could see him signing a new deal, and then it's January or February, and I don't know who the team would be, and I'll just say it, even though they'll have their coach. Manchester United will say, hey, you know what? Well, maybe we just pay the U.S. to hire Pochettino, and will he be able to go through? Because that's the thing. For the next, I realize there will be other tournaments. There will be Gold Cups. Maybe they'll be invited to Copa America. But really what's going to happen is the U.S. is going to be staring at nothing to do for a while. Friendlies, more friendlies, developing teams, deciding who might be your next Olympic team. And I just think at some point Pochettino is going to be like, I need the day-to-day grind. But maybe he loves the U.S. Maybe his family's loved this experience. And but I do think you'll be seeing a change. And my worry is there'll be a course correction and an overreaction to the fact that a World Cup's never been won by a manager who isn't from that country. And I'm worried it's just going to be either a retread or some other guy from the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, like, as we sit here and say, like, maybe they didn't show up, they weren't ready. You know, if that had happened 4 times, we say that's on the coach, right? Greg Berhalter, of course, had enough failures to be removed as the coach. And for Pochettino, this round is probably exactly where they were supposed to get to. One more win, great tournament. One fewer win, a disaster, right, if they lose to Bosnia. So expectation that maybe they get right where they're supposed to. What you saw last night in terms of their readiness, nothing of that for the coach.
No, I mean, maybe he could have said something different, but again, I was kind of rebelling against this online last night. And look, everybody, it's the World Cup. This isn't about, I mean, maybe the Balogun stuff was a distraction, but I mean, honestly, who cares? How do the players not show up for a World Cup game? It's not like Belgium needed extra motivation. No, Belgium knew it was a World Cup knockout round game for most of their players, for most of their golden generation, quote unquote, their last chance to win a knockout round game. Everybody knows the stakes. The crowd was electric, and the best, honestly, their best players were out there. I thought he made his mistake in squad selection, leaving a couple big, like strong, when I say big, not like stars, tough midfielders off the roster might have been exposed. But yeah, the best players were out there. The plan was fine, and they just did not execute. They left Tyler Adams, arguably their most important player, on an island against Yuri Tielemans, who was absolutely incredible in that game. And they lost the midfield, and because of that, their weaknesses, the defenders and the goalkeeper, couldn't keep up.
Nick, how damaging do you think last night will ultimately be to Pulisic's legacy with this program?
Man, I mean, that's where I'm living right now, and I feel bad about it because we've just been talking for so long about, is he there already as the best player of all time? Well, he had 1 assist in the tournament. Yes, I know he got injured, and obviously the Bosnia game is not one to showcase your attacking talent when you're down a man for so long, but I mean, he did literally nothing yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say nothing. I mentioned the one play. He did drive 1 dribble and got the ball to Balogun, who got fouled for the free kick. But outside of that, just not there. And it's not like you can point to the injury and say, man, you know, if he only had that extra half hour. There were no indications that he was going to do anything to take the wheel. And I think he wanted to take the wheel. It wasn't a matter of effort. He just had a bad game at a bad time. And what everybody's saying is correct, and you hate to pile on a guy who just had the worst night of his career. But, you know, Clint Dempsey has numerous big stage, this is my moment games in a U.S. shirt. And Pulisic, aside from like the Senegal friendly, you're probably going back 3 years now to that CONCACAF Nations League against Mexico, where they won it in thrilling fashion, and both him and McKennie were incredible. He's still one of the greatest players to wear the shirt, but he had a chance this tournament to say, yeah, it's me no matter what happens the rest of my career, and he didn't.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer.
So the program going forward, I mean, I feel like I watched recently the documentary about the 4 years between the 2022 World Cup and this one, and there really weren't a ton of changes, Nick, with the team, especially the starting unit. But there were a couple. How different will it look 4 years out? If it isn't way too early to project that a little bit, like, are there guys you feel like we know are not a part of it next go around?
Well, I mean, you can't imagine, especially since he had such a bad game and is 38 years old, that Tim Ream will be a part of it.
Right.
Right. Which is sad. That's a sad way for him to go out. I'm hoping he gets called up maybe a few more times and gets to take that bow. But yeah, I am so curious because you start to go through the names, and there's only 2 or 3 players on this roster who are under 25 years old. And while center backs in certain positions can play well into their 30s, this is one of the reasons we were so excited for this tournament, is that a lot of these guys were there the last time. They had the experience of a World Cup, and then they went off for most of the next 4 years and played on exceptional clubs for exceptional minutes. So, they're how much of the key piece can Pulisic be? It might be Malik Tillman by then. He is one of those young-ish guys. Anthony Robinson, their star left back, is 28. Will he still be as effective as a star at left back, a demanding position by then? Outside of Tyler Adams and Tillman and Balogun, we should say, although forwards live a very, very weird life, you can't project that anyone is going to be as important to the next team as they are to this team, and that does include Pulisic, who's 27, I think.
Okay. So Belgium, Nick, they're a top 10 team in the world, and I guess people have thought they looked a little bit sleepy this tournament after ties with Egypt and Iran and a come-from-behind victory against Senegal. Are they off and on their way? They'll play a Spain team that's obviously great too. That's a pretty good matchup. Unfortunately, Friday at SoFi, it's not Team USA, it's Belgium and Spain. I don't know if Belgium made a believer out of you or if the U.S. was just that bad.
Belgium did not make a believer out of me. I think they are good. I wouldn't mind seeing them go on a run. But again, I think to show you where they're at is the fact that they kept De Bruyne and Jeremy Doku on the bench. They looked at the U.S. and said, this is a different kind of game. We're not going to try and match them best for best. We're not going to try and outflash them. We have to plan for them. And again, with all due respect to the U.S., who I think is much improved and genuinely a top 25 team in the world. I mean, they might be the 16th best team in the world. That's not true with Portugal, but you get the idea. I just think that this Belgium team showed you the way that they're thinking pragmatically, that I don't think they can go best for best with most of the teams left in this tournament. That doesn't mean they can't have magic and make it happen. But if they're opting for a solid physical defensive display with the U.S., and that just so happens to be catered into by the U.S., I do worry a lot about them against Spain. And what I was thinking last night was, wow, if Belgium's doing this to us, this might have been that maybe it could have been the same score line, but it would have looked potentially worse against Spain.
Yeah. Nick Mendola. All right, Nick, so what's the story of SC Buffalo? People still have soccer fever, of course. So give us the lowdown on what's up next.
Thanks. Jared, we're trying to get as many people as possible to come out on Saturday at 3 p.m. because we've made the playoffs, the USL playoffs, USL 2 playoffs. The next Friday after that, we will have an away game. So, we do actually have a more local team than usual. Ali Alamari from Lackawanna, Jack Root from Buffalo, Ashton Gell, Lancaster, and we're trying to give them a proper send-off, not unlike what the U.S. does before the World Cup. So 3 p.m. on Saturday against Akron City. That's Akron, Ohio, guys. We don't know that LeBron will not be there. So we just want to make sure that all of our players get a proper treat from the fans and the people of Buffalo. Come out, see a game, and again, a team that averages 3 goals a game.
Very good. Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer on the World Cup. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Belgium, Spain. You putting together a World Cup of Joe for today? We got 4 teams.
Yep, I'm working on it. We got Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, and Colombia for today, which features 2. I would throw Colombia in there. Teams that can win it, the whole thing. Egypt, no. Switzerland, probably not. But Argentina had trouble with Cabo Verde, so maybe they have trouble with Egypt today at noon.
Cabo Verde. Can they play a consolation game?
Cabo Verde?
Yeah, just Cabo Verde against...
You want to just do U.S. against Cabo Verde?
U.S. Cabo Verde. Let's get stupid. Let's have that happen.
I don't want to do that because it's potential to just make me feel worse if they lose to Cabo Verde. Which wouldn't even be that bad. They didn't, as pointed out, over the last couple of days, they didn't lose to anybody in 90 minutes, and they played Spain and Argentina. What would the U.S. have done against Spain and Argentina? Probably not made it through 90 minutes tied. I'm guessing.
Yeah. 803-0550. The elusive Patrick Kane may be talking with the Sabres report. Mentioned earlier in the show, Luke Fox, top UFA's latest rumors. And he writes, the Buffalo native is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish if true. And that's it. I can't find a report anywhere about it. The closest thing I have since found is Barstool Chief, who's talks Blackhawks and Chicago hockey.
Chicago Barstool.
Yeah, Chicago Barstool guy, Barstool Chief. He's got that, or he's suggesting that Kane is talking to the Blackhawks and the Sabres. And it's down to those two. That he might come to Buffalo or he might come back to Chicago. So there's a little bit of smoke out there about the idea of Kane.
Is this the last time we're ever going to do this about Kane?
He's 38?
Yeah. Like every time he's been, and it's not like he's been available that often in his career. It's kind of all been packed here at the end. But every time it's, oh, here we go. Like maybe this is the time he comes home. And if he doesn't do it now and they don't do it now, like are we going to do it again next year?
I mean,
signs another 1 year deal. Like we're just going to do it until he finally announces his retirement.
Is he not another example of, like, watch out, guys get old fast? Like, yeah, some guys do. He, in 3 years in Detroit,
it went pretty well.
He had 163 points in 189 games.
Right, and that was after, remember the story when the Sabres were courting him openly, like Don Granato and Kevin Adams.
And we thought,
like, said on our show,
the
like,
relationship,
we're getting him.
Yeah.
We're trying to get him. And
were they afraid to guarantee like a third year?
Well,
and Detroit gave him 3 and the Sabres offered 2?
Remember the thing that he had at that point, he was 35 years old, and he was coming off a hip surgery that had ended dudes' careers. Like Nicholas Backstrom, I remember being one of the guys that had the same thing, and his career ended from it. Like Ed Jovanovski, there was a list. And he hadn't played yet since that. So it was, can he even really function? And then, as you mentioned, like he wasn't that far below a point-per-game player in the 3 years with the Red Wings. So, yeah, his defensive play was some of the worst in hockey, but he wasn't really that to begin with. So him being that level of player, 47 in 50 games, 59 in 72 games, then 57 in 67, like, yeah, he's kind of an example. But he was a Hall of Fame talent, right? Like, if you're a Hall of Fame talent, you can make it to 37. Some other guys can. Jordan Stahl can. Yeah, I think he is one of them. Like, not every player you have to be afraid of being done by the time they're 32, 33 years old. And I would expect that if they signed Patrick Kane, he would still be like a 50-point player for the Sabres. Mm-hmm. Right?
Power play number 1.
He's going to play with Tage next year. Like, if he's playing on one of your top 2 lines and he's playing on your number 1 power play unit, he's going to stink defensively, of course, but what's he going to do production-wise? Is he going to put up 50 points?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Does he jive with the Lindy style and system that they want to play? Like, I don't know that I also want to just rule out all players that don't play defense for Lindy.
Well, it's funny, like we always do this. One-dimensional player is always used to describe a guy that's going to score and not play defense. Right? It's one dimension. Well, the guy that never scores but plays defense.
Right.
That guy's never referred to as one-dimensional.
Tyson Kozak is one-dimensional.
You can get full of specialists. I can have a specialist on the penalty kill who is never expected to score, but he kills penalties. Is that Jordan Greenway?
Yeah.
Right? I got room for a guy like that. I don't have room for a guy that can boost my power play from 20th to 10th. Mm-hmm. Like, that might help. So, I don't know about Kane as an idea. The age wouldn't scare me. The fit, I just have so many forwards. Are they about to trade one of them? Are they about to do something to shake things loose? And in the NHL entire landscape of the offseason, this Leo Carlsson offer sheet, no word from the Ducks, right? Nothing.
No. Was there something yesterday?
Why wouldn't they announce their matching? Aren't they? They're going to let him go. Why would they announce?
Couldn't they announce that they would be letting him go also?
They could do that too, but there's probably this belief. I saw someone suggest they should hold the decision as long as possible to screw the Flyers over. In what way does it screw the Flyers? They want the player. They want the player. They signed him to $90 million over 5 years. The Ducks are, I mean, my read of it is if you're going to match the offer, you just match it. You'd say, like, all right, we love this kid. Instead, they're probably thinking about locker room dynamics or whatever. I got Frank Saravelli reporting that the owner definitely has the money to pay this kind of contract early on. Like, where is it?
So the thing I saw yesterday was from Friedman about the Ducks, and it was really an indictment of Pat Verbeek, their GM, and how much he's lost control of this because Friedman said the Ducks were at $12.5 million for Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Carlson was at $15 million. That's what he was asking from Anaheim, $15 million. And that Verbeek had been talking to other teams. He knew there was a threat of an offer sheet, but he did not think it was a big danger. And then he totally lost control of it. And now you could have had him for $15 million, and now you have to decide if you want him for $18 million.
There was a time maybe a year ago talking about extensions where Carlson flat out said he would take $9 million.
And now he's double that.
Yeah. On the record, he said it into a microphone.
I would take $9 million.
I'd take 9. You got 18. You got 18.
Yeah, Friedman literally said, quote, Pat Verbeek has lost control. The Ducks may never be the same. And organizationally, there are questions right now. I mean, could he get fired over this?
He could.
Could you? That would be incredible. Maybe that's what we're waiting for. They're going to fire the GM first.
My head is spinning. I say it a million times over 2 decades. The NHL can't get its story straight on offer sheets. Which is it? Is it that you could never use that because the price is too big? Or is it Anaheim will never be the same?
Yeah. Right.
Which is it? You're getting 4 first-round picks? Oh, they'll never be the same. So funny.
Yeah.
Will there be 10 offer sheets a year now? Will they always be the highest price? Will the NHL step in and decide that they need to tweak the compensation structure? Mm-hmm. If all of a sudden we got 5 a year, would the NHL change the formula for the compensation?
Would they up it?
Yeah. 6 first-round picks. 6 first-round picks and a player under 25. You know, like, what would they do? Does the NHL not want these? Because for a while, you had GMs effectively colluding to not give them out.
Right.
And it was just always, oh, they're worthless. You're never going to get a guy. Who would sign it? I saw a little bit of there are 2 types of player in the league coming after Carlson for getting paid as opposed to McDavid, who will take less. What do you think McDavid feels like right now? A chump?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't think you need the biggest dollar amount to be happy, but I wouldn't have any beef with Carlson or any player for getting what a team will pay them.
I don't know why that is villainized in hockey.
Hockey more than any sport?
Anything else. I mean, the top quarterbacks in football make what the top quarterbacks make in football.
Yeah.
The top basketball players make the most money, right? In hockey, it makes sense to people that McDavid makes $12 million a year and other guys are going to be making $18 million per year. Like, they think that that's a good thing for him. I mean, it's good for the team. It's great. Zach Benson said into a microphone last week, like, I think this deal helps us continue to be good. Like, I don't need to cash out. And, I mean, Benson could have played the game. He could have asked for more. He could have signed a $14 million offer sheet with some team or $13 million. I don't know. And really put the Sabres in a bind. But, so it's good for the team.
Yeah.
But, man, from a player perspective, I think it stinks that there's a culture in your sport where you get looked at weirdly if you decide I want to get what I'm worth. Or what I want to get the most I can get.
And GMs do this all the time too, right? Like locking up your guys, signing them for less. We're a family. They're going to cut you out of this family as soon as you don't serve them anymore. But in the meantime, we're a family. Take less. Help us win. You know, I understand. Of course, like GMs should try to work that way. But Carlson, like 18. The Ducks will 18. Never be the same. That's something else. When we get back, I got something else on this. The 3 goalie system. Not maybe just the Sabres. The idea that it's growing going forward. Mark Spector on a team that is eyeing this. And are the Sabres one of the trailblazers? We'll get to that coming up here on WGR.
I hear what you're saying about, like, Belgium being deeper. And, right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything really until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy. And two of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus. And they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set like a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is these are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe. And they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, like which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. Like they were. I think that really added to it. Is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and like watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, like he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. Was it wrong? I guess looking back now it was. Was it wrong to expect them, like, just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's like, well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams?
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain. Today, in the round of 16, Argentina and Egypt, they play at noon. Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He says, quote, the Buffalo native is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish, if true. And around the NHL, Claude Giroux is returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries. The Commanders, they signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. And former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and is now a free agent. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets beat the Braves 7-6. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I think the biggest victory for them last year was obviously making the playoffs. But I think the second biggest victory was they restored respect to the sword. Like Connor Hellebuck was willing to waive to go there. I think Vincent Trocheck was very interested in going there. That wasn't happening a year ago. The Sabres are a different animal now. They're respected. Hey, that team's pretty good.
Elliot Friedman on the 32 Thoughts podcast. I guess one of the questions to come out of that is, will that stick? Will that stick? Does Jarmo get that to stick by having some respect in the league, and Lindy and Tage, Team USA? Like, they've got a Team USA guy, right, in that group chat. Like, I'm watching Tage on the Kachuk podcast talking about bringing beer into the Olympic Village.
Yeah.
Are they cool enough now where they're not some Siberian outpost? Now, they're not off everybody's no-move list, but should we just assume that stays there versus you miss the playoffs next year? Are you still there?
Next year could impact it a lot. I mean, if one year can bring it back, then could a bad year undo a lot of it? I think that's possible. It also would help if just somebody actually landed here,
right? Instead
with
of just
that
in on it,
it'd be remembered more. Like, if they don't do anything, if their offseason truly is over and they go through the year and it gets mentioned, like, well, remember last year, like, they were off a lot of no trade lists. Like, oh, really? Who'd they get? Like, isn't that your natural follow-up? Well, they didn't get anybody. Like, okay, so then what was it worth? But if they get, like, if Hellebuck ends up here, Trocheck can't, right? Because that's already
signed
over. But if Hellebuck ended up
and we
here,
didn't really even want him, right?
Right, I didn't.
Not
then
for a big price.
I think that would give the true credibility. It's one thing to just have even the biggest insiders say, like, oh yeah, no, like, they have more respect around the league and they are off of players' no trade list. But, like, it doesn't really get coronated until somebody actually comes here. So far, their offseason is guys have wanted to leave for more money.
Yep. 803-0550. All right, so Sportsnet's Mark Spector on goalie. And I think I've had this like an interesting conversation. The Oilers, it appears, are taking a chance on the 3-goalie system.
Okay.
He wrote this yesterday. They've signed Freddie Anderson from Carolina, right?
Yeah.
And Mark Spector writes at Sportsnet about this 3-goalie system, how the evolution of the position is such that in Edmonton now, it's going to be Freddie Anderson, Devin Levi, and Tristan Jarry. Those are those 3 guys. Levi is in the mix. I guess, is he their Colton Ellis? Okay.
Yeah.
And quoted in here, Freddie Anderson pointed out he played 66 games in a row in Toronto in the mid-2010s, like 2016 to 2018.
Wow.
66 games in a row. Quote, I think those days are probably over for me, he said, which is probably right. So here's Edmonton, and they're leaning on a couple things. They're leaning on Carolina and Buffalo as 2 teams that have done this. Mm-hmm. Does anybody want to draw a comparison with, like, Look at Carolina and Buffalo. They want to do this. Yeah. Who are the two teams reportedly still after Hellebuck?
Carolina and Buffalo.
Those are the two.
Right.
And I think the 3-goalie system has merit, and Owen, we've talked about it a lot. Who's going to do it when the postseason shows up?
Right.
Is anybody ever going to do it then? Because not even the Sabres did it. And the Sabres did rotate, but didn't use the system that is being...
Right.
Hey, look.
Ellis never was even a thought to go into a playoff game.
No, and they didn't alternate games. And Carolina, same thing. Like, they didn't change goalie until Anderson got hurt, right?
Right.
So...
In the final.
In the final. So I think, are we talking about a regular season formula that we will completely abandon when the playoffs show up? It's like shootouts. Hey, we got this thing that we have in the regular season, and then the real hockey starts in the playoffs, and then we will never see it again. I wonder if it ever bridges into we're going to alternate the same way in the postseason, because the Sabres did not do it, and neither did Carolina.
I think we're on the front end of this experiment, and we'll see whether it sticks or not. But I think that right now, if I were putting myself in there in sort of NHL, whether I'm a goalie coach or a manager or whatever, my mindset at this point about the 3-goalie rotation idea, I think for me would be, I want 3 so that I can get through the regular season. And not ever be like, oh no, I don't have an NHL goaltender on my roster.
So it's load management. We're doing load management.
I think it's more load management than it is. This is a strategy to win the most games in a playoff setting. I think the playoff plan would still be hope one of them works out and hope one of them can just do it. Or maybe 2 of them, which is what we saw the Sabres do, and we have seen a little more of that. We have not seen anybody do a 3-goalie thing. That would be, I think, at this point, crazy because it's so unproven as a concept. But I think what teams are doing now is realizing goaltenders are better when they don't have to play all the time. Overall, for the most part. There are guys that need it. Bobrovsky is a guy that comes to mind that like he needs to kind of play. But there is, I think, a widely held belief now in the NHL of we can't have a guy play 65 games. Mm-hmm. And that's what Freddie Anderson's talking about. But I don't think that means that managers or coaches or whoever don't think once we get to crunch time in the playoffs, I want to have a guy I can trust. And that's why I think we still see Buffalo, Carolina in on a Hellebuck because they know who knows? Maybe they still do a 3-goalie thing, even if they have Hellebuck.
Oh, right.
And if that happens, I would honestly, that would to me be the best idea to do.
But I guess the thing I'm getting at with this is Edmonton here. Mark Spector writing about this. If you're Edmonton, your biggest problem has it been goalie? It's up there on their list of problems.
Easily
and
their biggest issue.
It's I feel like going with a 3-goalie system and saying like, oh, we're going to try this now. Oh, okay, and then you get to the playoffs, and what will you do? Have 3 guys that you don't trust?
I think they will do what the Sabres did, and they will go into it and go, we're going to pick a guy. Sabres picked Luukkonen, and it didn't work.
And they switched back
and then they switched back and forth, and they got into trouble.
Yeah.
But I think what you're hoping, and this is where it becomes like a real experiment, is where you're just hoping somebody can just do it for you at some point. And that, to me, is where you run into, like, I don't know, is this a good plan, guys? And that, I think, is where the debate begins. I think it's undeniable at this point that 3 goalies in a regular season, I'm in. We all should be doing that. But does it take away my ability to trust one guy going in? And that is where I think managers, coaches, all of it is going to really start having to be a real conversation.
Do you also have to have the right type of guy as your third?
Yes.
Because we've talked about yesterday, like Devin Levi might have had a little bit of an ego, like wanted to come right to the NHL, wanted to be in the NHL, even though he hadn't really earned it yet. And he's just going to go there and be Colton Ellis. Like part of what Colton Ellis got a lot of credit for was being a good soldier that like I might go 2 months without playing a hockey game. Exactly. And I'm not even really in the mix to play in the postseason. And listen, he's a 25-year-old goalie that had a really good minor league career that was a high enough draft pick for a goalie. He probably is thinking about, like, yeah, I want to be a regular NHL goalie in the league. I've taken the steps to start to test that out. And you are in an environment right now, still, I think, where, hey, you might not play for 2 months or 3 months. Like, you just might not be a part of it at all, and you're never going to be a thought to play in the postseason. Like, Colton Ellis might be such a good dude that he is willing to accept that, but if Devin Levi's your third, or if Tristan Jarry is that third, like, how many guys in the league are just going to sign up for that? That
is another part of this where I think there's going to be maybe a new archetype or there's a new role. It's a new job. And to me, I think it will likely be veteran guys, old guy. Craig Anderson a few years ago for the Sabres would be a fit in this kind of role, or young guys like an Ellis who are like, I'm just waiting for my moment here. I'm waiting for my moment here. And that can be risky because that guy can get frustrated. And I also, just to point this out, there is going to be a minimum. I've got to check the numbers, but there will be a minimum amount of games played this year for Colton Ellis, I will guarantee, because they need to get him a certain amount of minutes this season, or he just becomes a UFA. Because he is now old enough, or will be old enough, that if he doesn't get enough time, he becomes a certain type of restricted free agent that just gets to go break free because nobody's given him a chance to play in the NHL. That's what Brandon Bussey was. He was a free agent because he had never gotten in Boston. And so Boston had to just let him go.
Well,
okay, so I've got it here. It's 28 games with more than 30 minutes of ice time.
Yep.
Well, what I was going to get to there is like Bussey, waivers, Ellis, waivers, Levi, nothing.
Right.
A third-round pick, slide. Like, if you're going to say all these teams are going 3-goalie system, I don't think that changes the type of goalies you would try to pursue because the third guy might as well be
free.
Yeah, free. You're just going to find a free one. And if he doesn't, you don't like the third guy, you just get a new third guy.
Right. And then if that third guy becomes your second guy, then you just replace the guy that just became your second guy with another free guy.
Yeah.
And hope that you can just kind of cycle that and go. It might end up making goalie rooms cheaper for like backups and thirds.
Right.
The top guys might get paid more, and the backup / third guys might be taking a hit.
Well, and what is Ellis too? Like, what is good for these guys' developments? Like, it doesn't have to be him, but if you are a team that wants to do this and your third guy is a young guy, is it good for his development when he never knows if he's going to play?
No.
And in a rhythm, and he plays 14 games in an entire year? Like, I'm not even sure these guys would prefer to play in the minors. Some guys might not. Like, I'm going to ride the bus in the AHL. Like, you know what? Maybe I'd rather practice all the time in the NHL, be in the NHL, play here and there. Some guys might prefer that. But what's best for their development? Is it playing 14 games in the NHL all over the place, or is it playing 50 games in the AHL?
It's the 50.
So if you think Ellis is a long-term idea to be a partner with whoever, Hellebuck or Luukkonen, then what's good for him? Probably playing more than he did last year.
I would bet that he plays way more than he did this year. What's
him. Way more? Is that 25 games?
23 to 27 games would be my guess for him this year. I think they would like him to be good enough that we can let Lyon go and not be concerned.
That would be, if that happens.
That's what they need.
And they don't make a trade. That would be different than what they had last year. Last year, it was a 3-goalie system, but really it was a 2-goalie system with a third guy hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, if you're playing Ellis 25 games, like Lyon and Luukkonen played 34 each last year. So if those two are coming down, now I've really got, this is a 3-goalie rotation.
Right.
Then they're all playing almost the same.
Paul Hamilton at 8 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on Peyton Krebs. Filing for arbitration doesn't mean he'll go to arbitration. It's just part of the process. So see what Paul thinks about that. 3-goalie system as well. The offseason for the Sabres continues 22 days till the start of Bills training camp. Team USA, woof. Rough one to close out the World Cup. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Is there a season you're thinking about or a game?
Game.
A game?
I thought of a game. In the first half of watching this game last night, I thought, this feels like this game.
Is it
13 seconds?
No.
Is it Bills?
Not at all.
Bills Bengals?
Bengals.
Yeah.
Bills Bengals. Where you just had, whoop, that is a bad day. You got scored on early. A little sign of life. Wait a minute. It's like that meme of the girl who drinks kombucha or whatever. She's like, what? No. Or what did she drink? Like soda? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Yes, it was. Bad early. A goal. Nope. Here comes complete domination. They were not there. They did not show up. Whatever the reason might be, it's the Bengals game. That was the Bengals game last night. And I guess what I want to do, like if we go back to the Bengal game, I won't go too far in the Bengal game, I promise. It's what happened? Were we not as good as we thought we were? Were there signs of this down the stretch? Of course, the Bengal game had like the Hamlin thing around it, central to it. But were there warts? Were there problems? And yeah, I mean, wasn't that the year that Allen said this doesn't look like a Super Bowl offense? Maybe that was a different year. Who knows? We mix them all together. That just for me, that was a year where bad day to have a bad day, and the U.S. had a bad day, and now like most things in sports, does it just confirm your priors about how good they are or aren't, or did you just have a bad day?
I mean, for me, it totally. I guess the one difference I would think between the Bills-Bengals example and this one is I truly think they had problems, but that Bills team was great. Like, they had a bad day, and they had some coaching errors, and maybe they were wearing the wrong cleats, and there were things about their roster that maybe weren't as good as I thought it was, but for the most part, we knew that team was still good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your quarterback is Josh Allen, so in the NFL, like, you're going to still be one of the best teams in the league, almost no matter how bad you do it around him. That yesterday, for me, it was the opposite of confirm my priors. Like, I went into that game feeling like, okay, this is the culmination of a decade of this is the golden generation, and they missed the World Cup in 2018, and ever since then, what have I been fed? That this is going to be different. They're more talented than past U.S. teams that were led by Donovan and Dempsey, and that they will. It's in 26. It's a story about when they had the 2022 World Cup. They lost there to Netherlands, European team. It's like, well, they're young, and they're 22, and you wait for 26. You wait for 26 when they're on home soil and they're all in the primes of their careers, and that's going to be the time where it's different. And I feel like I've been fooled for the last decade because they were no different. They got outclassed.
Mm-hmm. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. It's gonna be nice out there today for the most part. Not as hot as it had been last week. High of 83 today. Mid to upper 80s for the foreseeable future. So not bad. Happy summer. 22 days till the start of Bills training camp. 20 days till we get that new Bills uniform, the gray one, according to sportslogos.net. The 27th. 2 days before Bills training camp. So eager to see that once it comes out. We'll get to Paul Hamilton on the other side, talking about Peyton Krebs filing for arbitration, the Sabres offseason. It's been a little quieter than many expected, so we'll get Paul on that and the Patrick Kane idea as well, as that's got some rumblings out there. Coming up next here on WGR.
Is there a season you're thinking about or a game?
Game.
A game?
I thought of a game.
I hear what you're saying about, like, Belgium being deeper. And, right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything, really, until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy. And two of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus. And they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set like a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is these are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe. And they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, like which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. Like they were. I think that really added to it is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and like watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, like he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. Was it wrong? I guess looking back now it was. Was it wrong to expect them, like, just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's like, well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams?
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain today in the round of 16. Argentina and Egypt play at noon, and Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He says, quote, the Buffalo native is reportedly working on a contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish, if true. And around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and he's now a free agent. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries, and the Commanders, they signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Paul Hamilton in a moment. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. You guys know how when a hockey team makes a couple of deep playoff runs and it ends, you kind of say things like, oh, I mean, they played 100 games the last season, 100 games before that. Like the toll is starting to add up. These guys are getting some fatigue. That's how I feel right now after the Sabres playoffs and World Cup back-to-back. Staying up and watching these games late at night. I'm investing emotionally. And, man, maybe I need these couple of weeks off before the Bills open up training camp because it's been a grind. So,
You got 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Then preseason football gets rolling.
Yeah.
I think we're a month away from the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, Adam Schefter tweeted that last night that the Hall of Fame game was a month from yesterday.
A month from yesterday. Okay.
Yep. As soon as the Team USA final whistle hit, Schefter went, bam, football tweet.
Yeah.
It's time to let everybody know we're getting back.
I'm ready to start thinking more about my fantasy leagues in the next couple of months because that's the summer. July and August, like training camp, but it is fantasy draft time more than it is. I mean, the World Cup will end here in a week, 2 weeks. How much World Cup do we have left? I think the 19th actually is the final, so I guess we still do have 12 days left.
803-0550.
Just no U.S.
No, I'll still watch a lot of these games. Today we've got a couple of games, and we'll see if there's a Sabres trade. And, of course, we brought Paul Hamilton in to talk about
the World Cup.
Yeah, the World Cup. Hey, Paul.
Well, you have young children, so you're used to not getting sleep, right?
There's some factors, there's some elements that get in there.
So, yeah, you're used to getting only a couple hours sleep sometimes.
It's also, staying up watching games late, getting up early for the show, and also waking up at 2 a.m. and scrolling my phone to see if the Sabres have made an off-season move or anything like that.
They probably aren't going to do it at 2 a.m.
No, that's probably right. Paul, on Peyton Krebs, who filed for arbitration, for anybody out there that, this process, how it works, what it might mean, he's an RFA. The Sabres had two guys we were wondering if they would sign. Zellweger, they signed. Mm-hmm. And then Krebs, who's arbitration eligible, he has filed for arbitration, but take us through the timeline and exactly how it might work for people out there a little fuzzy on that because it might be, a decade since they checked in on a Sabres offseason like this.
Yeah, and very often they don't get to the actual hearing. The hearings will be coming up. I think they end around August 1st, I believe, somewhere in there. And but very often, sometimes if the hearing is at 1, the teams come to an agreement at 11. And I've seen that happen before. Because, you just never know from either side which way an arbitration hearing is going to go for you. So it wouldn't shock me if the two sides come to an agreement before the hearing. And I have not seen the schedule yet. I don't think they've put the schedule out yet of when the hearing, each individual hearing is. But the negotiations will continue. And as I said, very often it doesn't get to that hearing.
And the Sabres, I think, right, because the player elects for it, the team gets to select 1 or 2 years, I think is how it works.
Yes. So yeah.
Okay.
And it's always been out there. They're figuring like a $3.5 million deal is a fair deal for him, and I would agree with that. That sounds about right. Now, whether an arbitrator would agree with that, I mean, he had career highs in goals, assists, points, but they aren't like outrageously high. With him, his value comes down to a lot of intangibles, where you basically can throw him anywhere in the lineup and he's fine. It kind of seems to me, I'm just kind of trying to figure out why this is harder than expected, unless Krebs is asking for the moon here.
I wonder about that too, Paul, because for me, like, I would have thought the same thing. Like, this doesn't feel like a hard deal to make. I would have thought right around what you just said, like somewhere in the $3 million to $3.5 million range. But you have had a couple of signings this offseason that I wonder if they've impacted Krebs at all. Like, Jack Drury's one of them. He had a career high in points last year with 27, which is 12 less than Krebs, but he's the same size and like defense and intangibles, and he signed a 5-year deal for $4.5 million. And if Krebs is asking for something like that, then maybe that's what's taking so long. Because what do you want to do if that's the ask? Do they value him enough to sign him to some 4 or 5-year deal at pretty good money?
Yeah, the 5 years was fine. I mean, that's no problem with that. But I think 4.5 is a little high. But the cap is going up quite largely, and they take that into consideration. And when Drury signed for that kind of raised some eyebrows.
Do you have a sense of what the Sabres view for Krebs going forward? Like last year, it was 6 months as a top-line winger. He played the most minutes at even strength for them in the first round against Boston. But he's been a fourth-line center really before that. Do you feel like they view him as you're going to be a guy that plays with Tage Thompson a lot going forward, or would he settle back into something more of a depth role again?
I think he settles more into a role as where do you need to play him. I mean, Lindy Ruff, always has him in the lineup. He wasn't like a healthy scratch. I mean, Lindy Ruff's been coaching for 2 years, and, he is always going to put him in the lineup somewhere. Benson's the same way. I mean, no matter what line you put Benson on, he excels. Krebs seems to, now that he played enough with Thompson that you could just see his confidence growing. I mean, he was drafted in the first round because he was a gifted passer and, was a guy who could get points, but he never really had that kind of a role in the NHL. And anytime he got that role for a game or two, it didn't look great. But this time they stuck with it. They let him stay there and gain some confidence, and he scored some nice goals, made some nice offensive plays, didn't look out of place there. But I don't think he's the guy you want to stick there forever and ever. It was like, as of right now, he's the guy that needed to be there. I think the role I'd be thinking for him is more of a bottom 6 guy than a top 6 guy.
Yeah, Paul, I like his versatility. The one thing I would wonder about is the sheer number of players that they have. And I'm reminded of a time like a year ago, 2 years ago, before they had turned it around and figured things out. We wondered if they were a little bit too locked into too many players, right? And right now, from a forward standpoint, it sure looks like a strength to me, the depth that they have. The question is it too much depth-based and they need something further at the top? And I wonder how Krebs plays into kind of that formula.
No, I think you're right. They do. That's why... if Dylan Larkin would be willing to waive his no trade, that's the guy I think they need to even overpay for if they have to. If they bring, in Kane. Well, Kane, I think, does wind up in your top 6. As I look at the Sabres lineup right now, they have 5 full lines, including Krebs right now. And my 5th line right now is Carrick between Kozak and Danforth. And I think I mentioned this to you the last time we talked. I got Oslin playing in a place where, I don't want him with Krebs and Malenstein. That's not where I would want to put him. I would actually want to put him where McLeod is with Zucker and Quinn. I actually would rather have him there than McLeod right now. I think he's a better player right now at age 21. So, right now they have 5 full lines of forwards, which means one of those guys would have to wind up in Rochester.
Doesn't McLeod still just make, Paul, the most sense for somebody to be moved here? Like, I don't want to just say that in a vacuum because what am I getting on the other side? But you mentioned Osland. You had a fifth line there with three guys that can all play fourth line center. Krebs can play center. Hellenius, Thompson. Like, there's so many names. Norris might not have as much value if a team is worried about injury. McLeod was good, has no trade protection, and got benched in the playoffs. Like, it just feels like that adds up to that guy should be on the trade market. But I guess we haven't, like, there really haven't even been rumors about him, let alone, anything concrete.
Well, right now they don't need his money. I mean, if you were going to keep Tuck, you needed his money. You needed to do that, and then you could have kept him. I mean, instead of having McLeod and on the team, you would have Tuck on the team because you did get rid of Greenway's money. If you would have gotten rid of McLeod's $5 million and stuck Ostlund in his spot, and I think he's as good or better than what we saw from McLeod last year. Now, if you're looking at the McLeod from his first year as a Sabre, he was excellent. I thought he was really good, played really well. Even though he had 2 more points last year than he had the year before, defensively, I don't even think he was close. I think he really struggled, and Lindy Ruff showed us what he felt about it, as you said, in the playoffs, where he wound up throwing him basically on the last line. I think the only reason he was still in the lineup is to kill penalties. But his defensive play just gotten so bad that he had to take him off his line.
And it was a little bit telling, I think, that line looked immediately better. At least that's what I thought. I don't know if you agree when Hellenius went onto it.
Yeah, well, they couldn't put Ostlund into it because by that time Ostlund was hurt. Ostlund, it's interesting. As I just like Ostlund. I think. Well, the thing is, he and Hellenius are just so different in what they bring to the table. But Ostlund, Lindy Ruff got to the point where he was putting him out there in the last minute of games, and no hesitation whatsoever. And I remember him saying, I think he put it, I have time for Ostlund all day long. He goes, I absolutely trust him in any situation already, and remember, he started the year in Rochester. So that's why when I sit there and look at my lines, I'm going, no, this isn't the way it's going to be. And again, maybe Ostlund would start at McLeod's spot. They don't need the money now unless somebody like Dylan Larkin were to become available and willing to come to Buffalo. I have not heard or read anything that he is willing to do that, where some other players, were willing to do that, whether it was Hellebuck or, and I read yesterday Trocheck was very interested in coming to Buffalo. It's starting to turn a little bit, but that's the guy that I think they really, really could use at the top of their lineup.
Paul, how do you view the concept of Patrick Kane here next year?
Well, I think, as I recall, I looked this up not too long ago, and I'll look it up again as we're talking. I think he only had 2 power play goals last year, but he did have
a bunch of assists,
something like 15 or 17 assists on the power play. That definitely would help your power play. I mean, they do need help with the power play, and assists are fine. I mean, as long as you're getting, power play points, I'm pretty much fine with that. And he had 2 power play goals and 19 power play points. So I was right; it was 17 assists. So 2 goals and 17 assists on the power play, and that certainly I think would be helpful for them. You're looking at a guy who overall had 57 points, 16 goals. I mean, are you better with Pat Kane on a line or with Jack Quinn on a line?
Yeah. Paul, one thing about, as we're talking about the Sabres and how they've changed their perception, I would even say that they've changed, I think they've changed what a signing of Patrick Kane would be. There'd be a time where if they would try to do that and overpay and give big term, you might have thought it was PR or trying to make a split. Right, something like that.
Tickets.
And now I feel like it would be very easily, we could very easily look at it and say, like, well, they're trying to get better at this, and this. And, if it's down to Chicago, Detroit, and Buffalo, I mean, Detroit is clearly the most Buffalo's.
Yeah, because the story in Detroit is if Larkin is not staying, then he's not staying.
Right. And then Chicago, he could go back to that team. We'll see if they're competitive. But the Sabres are right there if he wants a chance to try to be good. And, like, to me, that helps me get through any signing that they're going to make, because I believe that they'd be doing it for hockey reasons, not for box office reasons.
Yeah, and last time he talked to the Sabres, but wound up going to Detroit. I mean, Detroit, what he felt was a better option at that time in his career, and the Red Wings were a better team than they are right now at that point. And but I think that has changed. I mean, I remember he had a meeting with Don Granato and Kevin Adams, and talked about it, and he chose Detroit over his hometown. But I'm not sure at this point, even if Dylan Larkin's there. I mean, I don't know about the Red Wings right now. And even if Larkin is there, he might choose Buffalo over Detroit as of this season.
Well, because if Larkin's there, isn't it under protest anyway? Right?
Yeah.
It's pretty clear he wants to be dealt. It's just whether Yzerman's going to, drag this out into the season.
Exactly. And if you're Kane and you're near the end of your career, do you want to be involved in the middle of that? Or do you want to go to an up-and-coming team that was one overtime goal from going to the Eastern Conference Final?
What was your reaction, Paul, when you saw the offer sheet news over the weekend and the $18 million number for Karlsson?
About time. I said to Jeremy, I go, well, shouldn't they take the first-round picks from Philadelphia and give Bedard an offer sheet? If you're Anaheim. I mean, you could get the first-round picks and then wind up with Bedard. I mean, you don't necessarily going to wind up with him, but because you're taking a chance doing that. But if you want to be savvy, you could take the picks from Philadelphia and put an offer sheet in on Bedard.
They're getting a lot of criticism, I know, for not seeing this coming. Pat Verbeek is maybe the biggest guy getting criticized, Paul, but the Ducks, I mean, they do have a bit of a reputation, right? Like they've been one of these internal cap teams in the past. And Philly, meanwhile, like they've done this, like the Shea Weber offer sheet extension.
Yep.
Like I know it wasn't Danny Briere, but their organization has been willing to take swings like this before.
Perhaps the most interesting development would be if Anaheim does match it, does Philadelphia turn their sights elsewhere? Because, when Plan A is an $18 million 21-year-old player, and Plan B is just like, oh, I guess not.
Will they give? Would they turn to Robertson and offer him something crazy?
You would think they would. They've got money marked for somebody to be great.
Yeah.
So,
Robertson elected for arbitration.
Oh, right. So he's off for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So, but they turn their sights to Bedard.
Here's the thing about arbitration. Right. Like, I'm not saying any one of us knows the answer here. Now that the highest paid salary in the NHL is $18 million, does arbitration change? Like, hey, I'm Jason Robertson. Look at my comparables. How about this guy who's 21 and got $18 million a year?
Right.
What am I worth now?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give Robertson $15 million, but now maybe an arbitrator would.
Right.
With this Karlsson deal. So maybe that is more on the table for an arbitrator.
That is the other thing that the Ducks are in trouble with is that Friedman said that they were planning on getting both Karlsson and Gauthier, who scored 40 goals last year. Cutter Gauthier he's an RFA also, and that they thought they were getting both below $12 million. And now if you're him, I just scored 40 goals and my line mate is about to get $18 million. Like, did my price tag just go up? Like, I wonder how much ripple effect there'll be everywhere across the league with this. Like, if I'm McDavid, like, aren't I asking for 20 now? Like, at some point, I want to be the highest paid player in the league. And if this guy's at 18, like, I should be above him.
Yeah, and he deserves to be the highest paid player in the league. So, but does he, the way he might look at it is, does he want to strap Edmonton that way if he's staying there? If he's going to stay in Oiler, does he want to strap their cap to the point where, well, maybe we wouldn't be able to get a player A or player B because of that? Or would he rather go a little bit less if he's staying there? That's the thing. We have to find out if, that's going to be something that he wants to do or if he wants to move on to another market. And, Gretzky left Edmonton and wound up in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But that was more for money. His
right.
owner needed money.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
You look at the trade itself, And you're going, really? But there millions and millions of dollars changed hands there, too, to Peter Pocklington.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Relax Hondo. Relax, we got this. Thanks, Paul.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Paul Hamilton. NHL juicy rumors. You have kept me kind of sane here because a lot of the big names in all the rumor stuff is the list is still intact.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So none of the truly big movement has happened yet.
There was a more of a tone the last couple days about Zach Werenski also that sure he came out and said like I want to stick it out here in Columbus, but multiple people since then, Dreger, Saravalli, others have been like it. He said that in case he's still there, it's a matter of when. And maybe it's not this offseason, but like he's not staying in Columbus to his next contract.
Aaron Portzline says the Jackets are negotiating with Adam Fantilli, hoping to sign him before another team steps forward with an offer sheet.
He's played the same amount of years as Leo Carlsson and has one fewer point. And he was a 3rd overall pick. Carlson was a 2nd overall pick.
Yeah.
Is he not asking for $18 million?
I think you'd probably get close to there. The
Luke Fox we've been referencing the article. He had Pat Kane 2nd and referenced that the Sabres are working on a deal with him with Pat Kane. His top 10 free agents, like it's a lot of the guys that were in his original top 10. Like number 1 is Anthony Mantha. I don't think that's the Sabres. That's out of their price range, I think. But like he's still out there. Tarasenko is still out there. Giroux
How
is going to
old is
sign.
Tarasenko?
34. Patrick Laine is still out there. Like all the free agents were kind of like that. Like we're onto our 3rd team now, and there's been injuries, and there's age. Like, that was free agency, but a lot of those guys are still available, in addition to the big trade ideas.
So, have you seen, I think it's Dom Lucian, if you're terminally online, like you and I probably are, you've seen Dom Lucian of The Athletic, who does great work, posts the graphs where it's probability that this contract gives you positive value.
Yeah.
Right?
Like down the road. And
what you find is that no contract gives you positive value. Almost nobody.
All right.
Re-sign your own. Like the best you can do is like 70%. The Benson one actually was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
But I had a thought about this
I
because
think the Leo Carlsson one was one of them too.
Bad. No,
it was bad?
Very bad. At $18 million, very bad. The percentage he lives up to that is like 2%.
Right, that's right.
So it's
I was just looking at the bar chart.
It's production arcs. It's money. And I thought about this like as a thought experiment, if you'll go with me here. If I have 2 hockey teams, right? Mm-hmm. Team number 1 is bloated salaries and bad contracts and finishes with 100 points. And team 2 is bargains, not up against the cap, great deals, guys overperforming their contracts, and finishes with 100 points. What do I have? The same team?
The same team.
I have the same team. Like, I know you don't want bad contracts. You'd love to have a guy on a good deal. You'd love to have an entry, but we are not playing contract, right? Hey, look, this team signed this player. The likelihood they get a positive value from it in 4 years is 2%. Oh, who cares? The team should care. But
only to some extent.
I know, but it's the kind of thing that you would say if you're a fan of the team that is not spending to the cap and you have 100 points. You'd say like, oh, we spend X amount of dollars per win compared to them, who they spend X amount of dollars per win.
Right.
And all that stuff, it has its place and it's useful, but it's important to not worship the false idol. That's not the goal. The goal is you would like to have good books, good contracts. The goal is to win it. Win the thing. So sometimes that means a bad contract gets signed. Sometimes that means overpaying this player in free agency. And, I'm not here to tell you, sign just to sign anybody. But I just had that thought.
I also feel like this is part of why I would have been totally okay with them signing Alex Tuch to the exact deal that he ended up getting. Because I can withstand a bad contract as an NHL team. Teams do it all the time and win anyway. And, okay, if you have 3 bad ones already, I can understand not really wanting to sign up for a 4th. Because what you might be doing is you are really limiting your potential to get better in the future. Right? Because I'm locked into these deals and I'm not going to be able to get out of them. Like that would really be why you you would want to do it. What might be different about those two 100-point teams, if there is anything, would just be sustainability, is on the team with the bad contracts. Me continuing to be a 100-point team is going to be harder than the team that's got all the good deals. But who are the Sabres right now? They're the team with all the good deals. What's their worst contract? Right now.
That's a good question. Is it?
They might not have one.
They probably don't have a bad contract. Not a single one.
They don't have an anchor. They don't have a Skinner deal, or
the
Skinner deal ended up looking okay because he had 82 points.
Sure, and the Skinner
They
contract.
don't have a Molson contract.
Right. If you could, you could press a button and void any contract. Is it Norris?
It might be Norris, and I don't even know that I'd want to void that contract. Like, it would be a debate.
Yeah.
But anybody else? Tage is the best deal in hockey, arguably.
Yeah.
Powers deal's incredible. Dahlin is now market value, like way better than what guys are going to sign for coming up.
Yeah, you don't have a bad contract. And I know, it might be faulty thinking to say, that means you can get a bad contract, but if it's in the interest of a 1-year short-term gain,
But it's kind of like, I guess, I'm the team with no credit card debt. Like, this team over here, they got a lot of credit card debt. Should they go on vacation?
Yeah.
They could, but it's going to be harder for them. If I just buy a big vacation right now, I've got no credit card
I'm
debt.
not in bad spot at all.
That's how I feel like the Sabres are currently positioned because, if Norris is their worst deal, and that's under $8 million, my worst deal is $3 million less than what a guy like him, healthy, would sign on the open market today, right? If Josh Norris cloned himself and got rid of the injury problems, what would he sign for today on the open market? $10 million?
Yeah, probably.
$11 million? I don't really have a bad deal. And I think that should make them more flexible to take a risk than a team like, I don't know, there's a team out there that might be filled with 3 bad ones.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. We got to do the World Cup of Joe today.
I've got it ready.
Have some fun with that.
4 countries.
How many of Patrick Kane's 10 nicknames at Hockey Reference do you know?
10?
Yeah. We might have done this before because some of these, I'm having deja vu.
I hit a refresher. Kaner.
Yeah.
That's probably the locker room nickname, right?
Yeah.
Is PK88 one of them?
Showtime.
Showtime number 2.
Showtime.
Yep.
Is Heartbreaker one of them?
Nope.
Because he used to do the celebration where he would draw the heart.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of can't believe that's not one of them. He's got 10 and that's not one of them?
10 nicknames on HockeyReference.com.
And one of them's not.
Just stop.
Sugar cane.
No.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
We should add it.
There are some in here that are in that vein. Yeah.
Is there one kid, like something kid? No.
There's a Lil.
Oh.
Lil.
Give me a break. Lil Patty.
Lil Kane?
No.
Lil Patty Kane.
No. None of those.
Candy Cane.
No, not that either. All right, here you go. Ready? Here are your 10 nicknames.
We got 1?
You got 2. Kaner and Showtime.
Oh, Big Daddy Kane.
Nope, that's not in here either.
No?
No, not on HockeyReference.com.
That's one that I know. He is called by people that know him.
Kaner.
Big Daddy Kane is
Showtime.
He's 5'8".
I know.
5'10".
Looking for would have accepted Buzz.
Excuse me?
That's not right.
Would have accepted
He can't skate.
Doc.
You sure you're looking at the right player?
Yeah.
Doc?
Would have hold on. The next 4 are going to send you.
Is there a Silky Mitts nickname in there somewhere?
There's a Patty Cakes.
Okay.
That's not what I was going for.
Okay.
But okay, that
There's Kanye.
Okay.
And then
What?
the next 4 are going to just really send you.
more than Kanye.
I think so. I mean, I think so.
It's not like Kanye or something.
I mean, it's spelled Kanye, so whatever.
I would assume it's probably Kanye.
The next 4, ready?
What's your nickname? I just want to be called Kanye.
We're looking for Peekaboo, Little Peekaboo.
Okay.
Hold on. Peaks and Lil Peaks.
Is
Are
that
you kidding me?
Now, is that because he
PK.
scored a goal that nobody knew? Oh, PK.
Peekaboo.
I liked where you were going though because he scored a winning Stanley Cup goal that nobody saw.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe,
he's
but
the
I feel
one.
like Peaks is PK.
Sure.
Like James Patrick was Jeep
Man,
for
that's
JP. Mm-hmm. Peaks, PK. Lil Peaks, Lil Peekaboo.
Who is in charge of
and
these
Peekaboo.
things?
Listen, will you, if I give you $10 right now,
Well, can I?
if I give you $10 right now, will you agree if the Sabres sign Kane, to only refer to him as Lil Peekaboo the entire time he plays for the Sabres.
I'll agree to Lil Peaks.
Lil
I'm
Peaks?
not going to Lil Peaks.
Lil
Lil Peekaboo's a mouthful.
No
but-
Lil Peekaboo? All right.
I want to know how easy it is to get one of these. Can I just email Hockey Reference
And
right
get a
now and get a
nickname?
Patrick Kane nickname on there?
Well, you have got a couple. You got Joey Two Hands. You got Cobb Salad.
Oh, I'm not. No, you want my nicknames
yours.
on
Yours.
there?
I forget why it was Joey Two Hands, but that came in there somewhere.
Joey Cobbs.
That's unbelievable.
Sounds like a mobster. from
Everything's
the
going to be
20s.
mobster if we throw Joey on it, isn't it?
That's true.
All right.
That is true.
Anything you're right. Anything that comes after that is definitely going to be a mobster. We got Colton Chaos is on there.
Joey the Compass. You are Joe the Compass DiBiase. We have that one.
That's true.
All right, 803-0550. Jesse Pagula getting started at Wimbledon.
Against Coco Gauff.
Yeah, right now. So we've got that on. We'll keep an eye on that. And we'll talk to you about whatever else, including when we get back, an unbelievable story from Seth Wickersham on something Bill Belichick almost did.
I hear what you're saying about like Belgium being deeper, and right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything really until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy, and two of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus, and they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set like a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is these are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe, and they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. Like they were. I think that really added to it. Is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and like watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, like he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. Was it wrong? I guess looking back now it was. Was it wrong to expect them, just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's like, well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams?
Is he not another example of... watch out, guys get old fast. Yeah, some guys do. He, in 3 years in Detroit,
it went pretty well.
He had 163 points in 189 games.
Right, and that was after, remember the story when the Sabres were courting him openly, like Don Granato and Kevin Adams.
And we thought...
said on our show,
the relationship...
we were getting him.
Yeah.
We're trying to get him. And
were they afraid to guarantee a third year?
Well,
and Detroit gave him 3 and the Sabres offered 2?
Remember the thing that he had at that point, he was 35 years old, and he was coming off a hip surgery that had ended dudes' careers. Nicholas Backstrom, I remember being one of the guys that had the same thing, and his career ended from it. Ed Jovanovski, there was a list. And he hadn't played yet since that. So it was, can he even really function? And then, as you mentioned, he wasn't that far below a point-per-game player in the 3 years with the Red Wings. So, yeah, his defensive play was some of the worst in hockey, but he wasn't really that to begin with. So him being that level of player, 47 in 50 games, 59 in 72 games, then 57 in 67, like, yeah, he's kind of an example. But he was a Hall of Fame talent, right? Like, if you're a Hall of Fame talent, you can make it to 37. Some other guys can. Jordan Stahl can. Yeah, I think he is one of them. Like, not every player you have to be afraid of being done by the time they're 32, 33 years old. And I would expect that if they signed Patrick Kane, he would still be like a 50-point player for the Sabres. Mm-hmm. Right?
Power play number one.
You can play with Tage next year. Like, if he's playing on one of your top two lines and he's playing on your number one power play unit, he's going to stink defensively, of course. But what's he going to do production-wise? Isn't he going to put up 50 points? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal were eliminated by Spain today in the round of 16. Argentina and Egypt, they play at noon, and Colombia play Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. The quote, the Buffalo native is reportedly working on contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish, if true. Looking around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators per Elliot Friedman last night. And in the NFL, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries, and the Commanders signed cornerback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Well, you know what it is? It's that Bill Belichick is the GOAT. Bill Belichick is the greatest of all time. That he understands how to build football teams in his likeness and image. You know, the only other person they talked about building things in this likeness and image, it was in the Bible, and it was God.
It's Ryan Clark. Just a generic Belichick take. T's going to the break. Something about Belichick. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Adam Schefter has this. Seth Wickersham was embedded with the Broncos during their season and playoffs. Mm-hmm. He spent the playoffs embedded with Sean Payton and the Broncos. 16-hour days, every meeting and decision. The raw, unfiltered creativity, energy, desperation, rage, joy, and loneliness of trying to win in the second season. And Joe's got something to get you here in a minute on the Bills-Broncos playoff game that is worth hearing. I teased something about Belichick, and it's just this. Wickersham says that when Belichick left New England in 2024, that Sean Payton thought about presenting Broncos owner Greg Penner with a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as the head coach until he reached 15 wins to break Don Shula's record. Peyton would temporarily step down to assistant head coach and run the offense. And after Belichick became the all-time leader, he would then become the head coach. In the end, it was too complicated, maybe too fanciful. So the head coach of the Broncos was going to step aside to give Belichick 15 wins, however long that took, and then become their head coach.
That would have taken 2 years.
Yeah, probably would have taken 2 years.
He's just going to let Belichick be the coach for how long? That would have been incredible to witness, because how long would he have let Belichick do it? Like, hey, we won 8 games this year. The next year we won 6 games. Like, are we going to year 3?
They would probably win more than that. I mean, they've had their defensive talent has been elite, and he's a great defensive mind.
And is he
and
like
Sean Payton is running your offense? Like, I feel like you probably would have got.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, is Belichick running the organization, or is he just a figurehead?
Great question.
Is he the king of England and the prime minister is still running the country?
It sounds like a figurehead position that Belichick was going to be offered, which I guess never happened, of course.
All right.
So anyway, Wickersham has revelations on the Broncos.
So he was with the Broncos for like all the playoffs and like was shadowing Sean Payton basically. And past the Belichick stuff, like once you get closer to the bottom of part 2, maybe it's like a 3-part thing. Payton starts going into planning for the Bills and specifically planning to run a fake punt against the Bills. And he gives context about like how there was a fake punt that he called baby shower that he went after Jamarcus Ingram against in like a couple of years before because he had missed practice that week for the birth of his daughter. So like he's given the background of it and he's setting it up. They had created a play the week of the Bills game, divisional round in the playoffs. And it was a trick play the Raiders ran against the Lions in 2019 that he took and then changed just a little bit, and it was called the Rutgers Special, and he was saving it for the Bills. And there's a couple interesting things in here. One of them is that Peyton tells Wickersham that I'm saving it for late, up a couple of points, because I know if I punt the ball to Josh Allen, the game is over.
Even though 3 straight years that's not been true.
Right. And it wasn't true this time. Because they did end up punting to Allen.
Okay, so at that point,
and
it's
they
2
won.
straight years. Yeah, they did win.
So, right, yeah, exactly. But, right, he had the mindset of, I'm not punting to that guy.
Right.
They did punt to that guy, but it wasn't Peyton's decision. So Wickersham followed up with him after his press conference asking about that play. Like, hey, you didn't run it. He's like, I called it. And Peyton says, on 4th and 11, in overtime.
What yard line are they on?
They're on, I think it's their own 33-yard line. And it's 4th and 11. He called it. He said, quote, we had the right play. The players vetoed it at the line of scrimmage. I was so mad. It was perfect. He called a fake punt on 4th and 11 against the Bills.
Because he's afraid to give Josh Allen the ball.
Right. Wow.
Well, I would like
imagine if he had done that.
I'd like to take this moment to say, would it have been worse if the Broncos had hit a 4th and 11 fake punt?
His own 38, by the way.
The game would have a different name. It really might be like, I don't know what the name is of the Bronco game. The interception, the Brandon Cooks catch, non-catch. But a 4th and 11 fake punt, I'll say on McDermott, had that happened and they had succeeded, the calls for McDermott would have been louder. Like we are getting outsmarted.
Yeah.
Had they called it and succeeded.
And that's where Peyton says he was kind of angry about it because he
thought they were going to get it.
He thinks I did outsmart him. And my players, and I guess this is another thing about coaching. Like, would everyone have just assumed that the players would have even had the power to veto it?
Yeah.
Or how many fans would think, well, if Sean Payton calls for a fake punt, what's going to happen?
In a playoff
They're
game,
going to
in overtime. You just say no.
Right. Your players told you no. Like, what?
Maybe the call is if you get the look, run it, and the players decide you didn't get the look.
But he is saying we had the perfect look.
Yeah, maybe they didn't see the look.
Or maybe there are just a lot of coaches that give their players the
green light
to veto something. Like, you're the ones out there. If you think it's a terrible idea, then I'm not gonna.
Should we believe Peyton
that he called it?
And he got vetoed on a 4th down call in the playoffs
by the punter. Right, who vetoed it? Maybe was it veto? Well, he said veto by the players, so it wasn't the special teams coordinator. And unless it was the quarterback running over to the sidelines, being like, I don't want you to do this. Are they even in the headset? Maybe the quarterback doesn't know he calls the fake punt. So wait a minute. If that's the case, did the punter call off the coach? Because your punter can't be deciding, I think, how seasons end. It ended up working out for them.
It is worth pointing out, though, and this is something that I always want to point out in these games. We can absolutely go crazy thinking why your defense doesn't make a stop. That is a Denver defense that was great, and their thought was, we won't stop the elite quarterback. In the moment, his thought is, we won't stop him, which has been my thought on the Bills.
Right.
You're not going to win stopping that guy. You're going to win scoring. You're going to win with the ball. What can you do to get that last touchdown, that last field goal? The thing that Sean Payton is afraid of, that the Bills 3 years in a row haven't gotten. Instead, they continue to chase the idea that they can stop that quarterback, and they never do.
All right.
And Payton, with the league's second-best defense, did not think he would. They turned that team over 4 times, and he still thought, it won't be enough. And it maybe shouldn't have been enough. All right, Sean Payton. Touche.
Payton knows if he punts to Allen, the game is over. It's not reality. Right?
This one was tougher to take, though, because it was probably closer to over. It was if your receiver holds on to the ball, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Field goal. End it. On to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
803-0550. That would have been at Gillette. Who knows what our lives would be like at this point.
Yeah.
Jesse
the
Pagula.
Broncos.
Jesse Pagula up 2-0. I know it's love when it's in the game.
I think it's 2-0 when it's
in the sets.
In the
games. Okay, 2-0 in game. Whatever.
Over.
I'm just gonna
who she plays with in doubles, by the way.
Right. Rivalry game. No. Friendship.
A friendly rivalry.
This should be called a friendly.
It can't be a friendly, though, because it's a quarterfinal.
But it's someone you're friendly with.
I think we should rename preseason games friendlies.
Yeah.
Right? Why not?
All right. 803-0550. We'll get a break in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Read your piece at NBC Soccer, Nick. I was, eager to see what you had to say about it. And I think, I'll let you speak for what you think about the game, what you think about what it means in the context of everything. But I appreciated that you basically said anybody saying the future is bright is missing the point. Maybe right now is not the time to try and do something like that. So, your earliest emotions and kind of where you are right now after Team USA's clunker against Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just looking at that guy and saying, not now, Derek. Like, it's just really, really upsetting. The performance was poor. The plan was fine. The lineup was what you wanted. And then they just went out there and they I know it's a cliche, but they picked a bad time to play a bad game. And boy, was it bad. The stars were bad. You need your stars to shine. They weren't good. The weaknesses were their weaknesses, and Belgium exposed them. And it shouldn't have been that bad, and I don't think any of the players or coaches or anyone can explain why they didn't really show up.
How much of it was talent versus how much of it was guys like Pulisic and others that really should have been better? Like, I guess it looked like an outclassing, Nick, and that's why I and so many are disappointed. Is I thought this was supposed to look a lot closer, if not even look like they're on par with this team compared to what they looked like, 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, the weaknesses are at the back, and the weaknesses are well, it's pretty clear now in goal as well. We talked about beforehand that their goalkeeper had never been on a stage like this, and we can see, is he just another goalkeeper, or is he capable of something bigger? And he most clearly was not. He had a couple nice saves, but obviously a massive error. But no, I think, their stars didn't show up. Christian Pulisic is in an almost 6-month-long funk. He did not score for his club from January 1st onward. And he has one goal for the U.S. in that time, and that was against Senegal in a game he looked good. And look, he looked bright against Paraguay before he got hurt. When he came back from injury, he looked bright, and he was poor yesterday. And it wasn't anything Belgium did to take him out of the game. He just dribbled into traffic. He looked like he didn't quite have it. He ended up getting injured on kind of a freak play where he went to kick the ball and instead kicked the guy trying to block a shot. And it wasn't just him. Weston McKennie worked hard but was sloppy.
This day in history, Kevin Durant joined the Warriors. That was the My Next Chapter.
10 years ago today.
Right.
Yep.
When's LeBron going to decide?
I think he is dragging this out, and he's just going to go to Cleveland. That seems to be the attitude. Is he's going to Cleveland, and Rich Paul, his agent, has a podcast, and he's milking this for content. He did a whiteboard exercise.
I saw the whiteboard, yeah. Like
he had
pros
5
and
destinations
cons of every team. And
it was like, some of them were ridiculous.
Yeah.
He had 5 teams in the middle with like the lineups, and then he had a couple of teams like on the sides. Like, some of them were funny. Dallas, he had like positives under each team, like why you would go there. Dallas Mavericks, what was the first thing listed? Oil. Like, what?
It was oil money.
What do you think, you're going to become Rockefeller if you become a Maverick? Like, what's...
You can buy a couple of rigs.
You just think you're going to become an oil tycoon because you go play for the Mavs? Yeah.
803-0550, our number.
He's
Jeremy and Joe. World Cup of Joe, some more USA reaction, and our final hour coming up. Is he not another example of, like, watch out, guys get old fast? Like, yeah, some guys do. He, in 3 years in Detroit,
it went pretty well.
He had 163 points in 189 games.
Right, and that was after, remember the story when the Sabres were courting him openly, like Don Granato and Kevin Adams.
And we thought,
like, said on our show,
the
like,
relationship,
we were getting him.
Yeah.
We're trying to get him. And
were they afraid to guarantee like a third year?
Well,
and Detroit gave him 3 and the Sabres offered 2?
Remember the thing that he had at that point, he was 35 years old, and he was coming off a hip surgery that had ended dudes' careers. Like Nicholas Backstrom, I remember being one of the guys that had the same thing, and his career ended from it. Like Ed Jovanovski, there was a list. And he hadn't played yet since that. So it was, can he even really function? And then, as you mentioned, like he wasn't that far below a point-per-game player in the 3 years with the Red Wings. So, yeah, he's in it. I mean, his defensive play was some of the worst in hockey, but he wasn't really that to begin with. So, him being that level of player, 47 in 50 games, 59 in 72 games, then 57 in 67, like, yeah, he's kind of an example. But he was a Hall of Fame talent, right? Like, if you're a Hall of Fame talent, you can make it to 37. Some other guys can. Jordan Stahl can. Yeah, I think he is one of them. Like, not every player you have to be afraid of being done by the time they're 32, 33 years old. And I would expect that if they signed Patrick Kane, he would still be like a 50-point player for the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Power play number 1.
Do you play with Tage next year? Like, if he's playing on one of your top 2 lines and he's playing on your number 1 power play unit, he's going to stink defensively, of course, but what's he going to do production-wise? Isn't he going to put up 50 points? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
The U.S. men's national team fell short to Belgium last night, 4-1. This officially ends their run at the World Cup. Also, Ronaldo and Portugal eliminated by Spain. Today, in the round of 16, Argentina and Egypt play at noon. Colombia plays Switzerland at 4. The Sabres may be in discussion with Patrick Kane, per Luke Fox of Sportsnet. He said, quote, Buffalo native is reportedly working on contract with his hometown Sabres. Cool way to finish, if true. Around the NHL, Claude Giroux returning to the Senators, per Elliot Friedman last night. In the NFL, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers and is now a free agent. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports the Browns received cap relief for Deshaun Watson's injuries, and the Commanders, they signed quarterback Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Dolphins, to a one-year deal. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they got routed 10-1 by the Giants. The Yankees beat the Rays 5-1, and the Mets, they beat the Braves 7-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
How we competed in large parts of the tournament. Yeah, it's tough to judge right now the overall tournament, obviously after a loss, but I think overall there were positives that we're going to take away from it. Just doesn't feel like it right now.
Tyler Adams after Team USA's loss last night. We spent the early portion of the show talking about the U.S. loss to Belgium. Got in some Sabres, some Bills, some Seth Wickersham with the Broncos. We've got to do the World Cup of Joe here for the 4 teams playing today.
I saw one person tweeted at us that Sean Payton's a generational liar. I don't believe a word he says.
That
he has been known to stretch the truth at times.
He also did kick an onside kick in the Super Bowl.
He did, right. That's why I don't want to.
Would he have called the 4th and 11 fake punt?
Is it possible he called it, but he's kind of making it sound like I called it, and then they went on the field and they decided we're not doing it.
Yeah.
Could it have just been they huddled up before 4th down on the sideline with like the special teams coordinator and the special teams guys, and he's like, I think we should do a fake punt here. And then they say, yeah, I don't like it. Like that's not even really vetoing it as much as it is. We had a discussion about it.
Right.
But he's making like, I called it.
I had the guts. The players didn't.
Right.
That's a little bit of John Elway. I wanted to draft Josh Allen, but the coach didn't.
Right.
A little bit. The Broncos love to say what they would have done.
John Elway. I tried to convince them for months that this was the guy.
22 days away from the start of Bills training camp. On Team USA, I didn't get to this yet. One thing I saw, I have, whatever, if it's a blind spot or I'm triggered by, I find myself, when it comes to U.S. soccer, like a fan and wanting them to do well, I've got a couple of emails here about like they were lazy, they are entitled, they went belly up in the moment. And that is definitely true. Like they got dominated. But the one thing I'll say about the discourse yesterday, it's fun to get caught up in things. It's really fun to get swept up in things. And had they beaten Belgium, I think we would have seen a new level of really getting swept up for a Friday night game at SoFi against Spain to make the semifinal. That would have been the biggest soccer game in U.S. history. I can't even imagine what's even close. But they beat Bosnia, and of course, like this tournament was expanded, so it's their first knockout stage win since 2002.
Right.
Well, yeah, they expanded the knockout stage. And whether it's people claiming that if the U.S. simply tried harder, we would have Erling Haaland, or if we simply did this, we would just be great. I saw yesterday before the game, maybe a little bit was tongue-in-cheek, maybe a little bit was fun, that Belgium were being crybabies because of the Balogun thing. And I agree, like, whatever. The whole thing was weird. I eventually had to check out from it because I just didn't care enough. I thought the takes were flying. The takes about how Belgium's embarrassing themselves. Cowherd referred to them as like the Brown, like it's the Cleveland Browns complaining about something being unfair. Like, I don't know. Every sports team challenges every ruling, every single thing. I've got coaches like, he can't do that. Make sure it's competitive sports. You are the biggest crybaby when you are in competitive sports at the highest level because you're trying any single way you can, right? So, all right, maybe we're leaning into it. But the thing that really just like set me off yesterday is I don't want my teams to be crowned before they earn it. And yesterday I saw a little bit of Belgium is actually afraid because they know we are on their level now. And doesn't that look like the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life? The U.S. has not ever made the semis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not in the modern era. The U.S. has made the round of 8 one time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, we're good now, and they all know it. They're scared of us. No one in the global community that watches like France ever thought for a second that the U.S. was a real contender for the Cup. Okay? Steps forward are nice. Getting swept up in it is nice. This is, you sounded, this person, Cowherd again, he sets me off on this because he just like swoops in on soccer and then he's going to swoop right back out. This was Dolphins fans claiming the Chiefs don't want to play us in the playoffs. Like, come on. Really, Dolphins in the playoffs is it.
I was just going to make that comparable to Dolphins against the Bills.
Right. Oh, they're nervous now.
The Bills are nervous about us.
Right. And they
at any point in time in the last 5 years.
They won one game 4 years ago.
Right.
And that's it. Like, no, you are not close. You are not close.
That is where, though, I get so almost angry about that lost opportunity and what their performance was, because I don't think that Belgium or any European country or fan should be wrong in looking at the U.S. and saying, like, you guys are not on our level. Well, because you beat Bosnia and Paraguay, and because you win in CONCACAF, you think you're on our level?
Right.
Like, that would have been, you got to earn it. That's it. You got to earn it against us. You have to actually do it. And that is probably where a Dolphins fan would be furious at their own team, is you see these steps along the way, and you probably feel like, I'm ready for this. For them, it would have been, I scored 70 against the Broncos, and I'm 3-0, and I look like I got a quarterback who could be an MVP candidate. Like, all right, here we go. I'm ready to do this. I'm finally ready to do this. I haven't been good in 20 years, and I'm going to do it. And then I went to Buffalo, and I got smoked 48-10. Like, that's how I feel if I'm a U.S. fan today. I feel like that Dolphins fan, which is, I'm ready, I can do this. Should they respect me? No. But I'm going to make them respect me. And then you lay an egg like that. That is why it's so maddening what they did yesterday, because you just wanted it to change. You would have earned respect, I think, of many if globally, if you were to beat Belgium and make the quarterfinals and look good doing it, not do it because your keeper had 16 saves in a game. Like, no, look like you're on par with them talent-wise. And for that talent to just dry up like that is so disappointing, because now it leaves a U.S. fan looking at their team and saying, like, why should I ever believe again that they're going to be as good as one of these teams before they actually do it? Now it becomes, this is like what the Bills became for me during the drought. There'd be years where, like, I believe, okay, this is the year they're actually going to do it. They signed Mario Williams. Like, they're going to do it this year. And, like, no, they didn't. Eventually became, I'm just not buying in that they're going to do it until they do it. And now that's where I'm at with the U.S.
Like the Chargers.
Like, for 8 years,
they're like,
for 8 years before they'd actually done the thing, I was getting bought in and swept up in, I think they can do it. They can beat a good European team. They could beat a good South American team in the World Cup, make the quarterfinals at least. They can be that good. And now, I don't know if there will ever be a day again that I will believe they can do it until I actually see them do it.
There's a big point about that. Like, losing the way they did is they have to undo it. You lost 2-1. You lost on penalties. You went toe-to-toe. It's a coin toss. That's how it goes sometimes. But to lose the way they did is going to stick until it's kind of like when the Bills losing a game to Kansas City. Like, all right, well now nothing matters until you're back in the same game again. Nothing will matter for the U.S. group stage, next World Cup, whatever it might be. It's talk to me when you're in the round of 16. Who are you playing? You're playing Croatia. Are you going to beat them? Or are you going to go belly up to a country with 6 million people? I just feel like the U.S. has this. And so many people that just show up for the World Cup have this sense of everything just should be ours. We should be great. We have arrived. You haven't done anything. The Bills.
Yeah, they've done anything.
On some level, the Bills have been great. but they haven't even been to a Super Bowl. And sometimes I feel like if you're a Bills fan, you might simultaneously want to celebrate all that they've done and how great that they've been for 7-8 years, and that's all true. And then maybe sometimes you're in a mood and you're like, but they haven't even made a Super Bowl. Like, what are they puffing their chest out about? Nothing. So, like, teams to make a World Cup semifinal, I mean, there's just
Morocco did it at the last tournament.
Right.
That's not a bad team to compare yourself to, because they're not in UEFA, they're not in South America, they're in Africa, and there are only so many good teams there, kind of like the US. You've got Mexico, and once in a while you have like Costa Rica, but you really only have one real threat. And there's Morocco. They don't play against all these European teams all the time, and they have to beat like Senegal. You have to beat Senegal. And often they do it, but they are in their golden generation. Like, hey, we're gonna do more than we ever have before. And their golden generation has already made the semifinals of a World Cup. And I don't know if they're gonna beat France, but here they are already going further again than the US just did. And that's not Brazil. That's not Argentina. That's not a team that has a long, storied history of going far in the World Cup. That's just a team that has gotten better at soccer and has a golden generation that is actually living up to it. And the U.S. was supposed to have the same thing, and they did not live up to it at all. Back-to-back World Cups, you're out in the round of 16. Sorry, that's not living up to what you're supposed to be talent-wise.
803-0550. The U.S. did play in the third-place game and finish in third place in 1930.
I think there were like 9 teams.
There were 13 teams.
Okay, 13 teams.
In the tournament back then. Yeah.
Like, Morocco had not made 4 consecutive World Cups. And they've made the third place game and the quarterfinals in their last 2. Like, that's what I wanted this to be. And I don't honestly even feel like it's that absurd. Maybe the semis was absurd. But do that over 2 World Cups. If all these players that all played these big clubs in Europe are actually this talented, why can't you do that? And one big reason you might not have been able to was depth, right? Like, you go to your bench, you do not have guys that are playing. You're going to guys who play for the Vancouver Whitecaps. But guess what? Guess who was all on the field for them yesterday? Balogun played. He wasn't out from the red card. Pulisic played after the injury he had in the first game. Like, your lineup was there. You didn't have 3 injuries that inserted a bunch of MLS guys into your lineup, and now I can't win. Like, everybody that was supposed to play for you played for you. It's just so disappointing.
You want to do the World Cup of Joe?
I'm ready for the
World
World
Cup.
Cup
Turn the
of
mood
Joe.
here. We got 4 teams today, 2 games today.
We've got Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, and Colombia. Good
Argentina,
diversification of
Egypt, Switzerland, Colombia. 4 teams.
Yeah.
4 facts.
All right. How'd you guys do yesterday? You did pretty well, didn't you?
Decent.
Well, we're a far way away from your perfect games that you had.
We had 2 straight perfect games.
And that was when it was at its most
8.
difficult with 8 teams.
Yeah, you got some 8-team perfect games.
That was sweet.
Imagine if we hit like an 8-leg parlay like that. It's kind of what it is. It's kind of like hitting an 8-leg parlay.
Speaking of perfect games, did you see what the Marlins did?
Yes.
I did not.
No.
They had a guy going with a perfect game into the 8th inning, and they took him out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
There have been 25 perfect games ever. Not a no-hitter. Perfect game.
Yeah.
They took him out because of an inning, because of a pitch, what do they call it? Pitch limit?
Right. Yeah, he was on a pitch count.
Unbelievable.
Jesse Pagula wins the first set against Coco Gauff.
Nice.
All right, Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, and Colombia. The games, I think, start at 12 today.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, noon for Argentina, Egypt, and then 4 o'clock for Switzerland,
Good,
Colombia.
because I do not want to stay up late.
All right, well, you don't have to.
And
And,
then
there's no games tomorrow.
Tomorrow, no games, right? The first day in a long time, no game.
And then you got quarterfinals. Then you have like 1 game a day. You have a quarterfinal on Thursday, a quarterfinal on Friday, a quarterfinal on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, France, Morocco on Thursday.
Right.
Spain, Belgium Friday. Norway, England Saturday, and then the winners of these 2 on also on Saturday, doubleheader.
All right, matching up the facts to the countries. Colombia, Switzerland, Egypt, and Argentina. Your first fact. This entire country has rigged itself to explode if ever invaded. All the bridges, all the points of entries, everything.
Okay.
I don't like how he said okay.
That's an
okay. I hate how he just said okay.
I once watched a YouTube video.
I hate it.
About self-destruction. All right, next clue.
This country has a wild hippo problem.
Whoa.
Okay.
This country created the world's first ever animated film.
Okay.
And finally, this country is home to the Octagon, which is the largest defense headquarters in the world, dwarfing the Pentagon.
Whoa.
The
now,
Octagon.
was that built after the Pentagon, and they were really just like, let's just alpha the U.S. here?
Joke's on you. We're going to build a nonagon.
Right. Decagon.
Right. It just keeps going up. Yeah,
like
it was constructed in
Hold on, I got one more above that. Dodecahedron.
What is that?
Ooh.
Is that 20? What is that?
Yeah,
20?
that sounds like 20.
A dodecahedron is 12.
Oh. Sure.
Isn't Deca
It's a pretty
10?
grandiose name.
Yeah,
for
but
12.
dodeca is 2 plus 10.
Right. No,
I
I would
could've
have thought
got there.
double. I would have thought double Deca.
In theory.
All right.
In theory.
The Octagon was built in the last decade.
So
Okay.
what? Yeah, it was a watch what I can do.
Yeah,
thing.
right. Okay, cool.
Icosahedron. There's another one.
What's
That's
that?
20.
That's 20.
Equilateral triangles.
Does it just go all the way up infinitely?
Sure. There's probably a word for all of it.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
You get to a point where it's basically a circle, though, and then it's just.
Yeah.
Right.
And actually,
That's a good point. I think
Yeah, when do you
eventually
get there?
they all become circles.
Yeah.
there's an infinite number of sides.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
But also the dodecahedron is not the same as because that's 3-dimensional, and of course the octagon we're talking would be a 2-dimensional shape.
Correct. Right.
So sorry, I got it wrong. 2-dimensional, 12 sides. What do we think that's called? That's called
Yeah, that would be like
a dodecagon. There you go.
Nick and Depew says we all know that from Phantom Toll Booth. I don't know what
A
that
dodecahedron?
means, but yeah.
That might be right.
By the
Or
way-
from dice that have 12 sides.
Sure.
Sorry.
When I say dwarfing, by the way, the Pentagon is 6 million square feet. The Octagon is 50 million square feet.
Whoa. Those extra couple of sides get you pretty far.
Yeah.
Holy shnikes.
It is almost 10 times bigger.
All right. Owen, you know which country has rigged itself to
Yes,
explode if ever invaded?
I feel like not everybody, but a lot of people will
Everybody
know this one.
knows.
Of course, I also know this. I'd like you to tell everyone.
It logically makes sense. I think you guys will know. It will be like, oh yeah, okay, it's Switzerland.
Yes.
the super neutral. Like
We
they're
will not
rigged,
be taken over.
I think it was World War II. They rigged themselves to blow if anybody tried getting in there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It is Switzerland. They've rigged the country so that if they are ever invaded, they can basically, they'll trap themselves in and trap everybody out.
Yeah.
They were not neutral on the Balogun thing. They sent a long statement about how bad it was.
Right.
But they are rigged to explode, if they need it.
Okay. The wild hippo problem.
There's only, I guess, one that really only makes sense here.
Egypt.
Yeah.
I don't.
Right? Or
in my head, where do hippos live? Do they live in South America?
That's a good
I
question.
don't
No,
think
I'm
so.
not
I
sure
think they're
about
an
that.
African.
I thought
they
they
are
were an
animal.
African thing. Yeah, that's why I
So
said.
we're gonna go with Egypt for the hippo problem.
Right.
Yeah.
There are no wild hippos in Egypt.
Whoa.
So is this like a hippo got out and started a community?
Warmer.
Warmer. Okay. They were.
I mean, pretty warm. I mean,
They
it's
were-
basically what happened.
They were brought there and then exploded.
Yep.
Wow. The wild hippo problem is.
Okay,
Is this gonna be like Colombia?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Ooh,
Pablo
like the bear?
Escobar
Yes.
had 4 pet hippos that after he was,
Yes.
put
After
away,
he got.
they escaped from his estate, and now the population is north of 200.
Oh man.
I should have known that too
Yep.
because I watched Narcos. It's like one of my favorite shows.
Narcos was great. It was
So
very good.
So they,
Should have known
They
that.
have no natural predators in Colombia, it says, which would make sense. Although, what are their natural predators in general? I feel like
They could probably be taken down by like an elephant in a bad mood.
Yeah, right. Elephant in a bad mood.
An elephant in a bad mood.
Or, like a
That's how it's listed, actually. Elephant, parentheses, in a bad mood.
Can a giraffe reach them with their neck whips?
If an elephant woke up on the wrong side of the bed, I mean, they are going to come after those hippos.
Hyena.
They have no natural predators. Lions, Nile crocodiles can get like vulnerable calves, but they don't have predators anyway.
Now, how crazy
I mean,
lions, spotted hyenas.
A story from the New York Times from 6 months ago. Colombia announces plan to cull Pablo Escobar's feral hippos. Like, they're still trying. It's been 30 years.
Yeah.
Are these hippos, do you think? I feel there's two ways that these hippos could be crazy. One, they got into Escobar's stash.
Sure.
Two,
wow. I mean,
are these not?
That's a movie, right?
It's got
Cocaine Bear.
There's
Yeah,
already
the bear.
Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
Would there not be some weird genetic issues with this all stemming from 4 hippos?
They're just inbreeding.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a deeper conversation
some
than
crazy
I'm
hippos?
prepared to go.
We're not
into.
ready to go there.
Or it's just making a super
9:20.
hippo population.
Right.
They could be the best of the best. Who knows?
Yeah, that's it. Maybe Pablo was only taking the best hippos.
Yeah, they have like 4 centimeter skin, so no one can really do anything.
Do
to them.
anything
No
to them?
predator.
That's
can.
how thick their skin is?
Yeah.
They are the
That's pretty
only. It's
thick.
the only large 200 population of hippos outside of Africa. So it was a little trickery because you would have.
Yeah.
I understand why you would have
For
thought
sure.
Egypt, the Nile.
All right, so the first animated film and the Octagon, largest defense headquarters.
Yes.
I feel like the Octagon will be Egypt.
I feel like that's right.
Ooh. The only reason I don't think so is I could see Egyptians doing some sort of animation in the past.
Animated films?
Like on some paper
There was a
with
lot-
a light. Like they were pretty.
Wait, what's the past to you? Like pharaohs, or are you talking
Yes,
like
King Tut, like the hieroglyphics.
OG flip books
Yes,
sort of a deal?
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
can see it on paper with a light.
I don't know. I just think the Egyptians were pretty intuitive
also,
back in the day.
you know what? While we're on it, King
had
Tut.
some stuff.
King Tut overrated.
Whoa.
He was pharaoh for like 8 years, and he was like 15.
I say that's a pretty good run.
He's I think
Back then.
I think he's only
Right.
even rated because I think the Mummy is
The Mummy's
best one.
pretty legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like
He's got the best
Anyways.
mummy. I mean, what do we,
Egypt with their hieroglyphics. I don't
All
know.
right. Go for it.
mean,
What do you want?
Yeah.
I'll go Egypt for the animated film.
Will our producer sewer us for the second
I know.
time?
He will because the first animated film was in Argentina.
Sorry, guys.
Egypt has the Octagon, and Argentina El Apostel, 1917. But it was there. It's lost.
It's lost.
All the copies were lost in a studio fire in 1926. So no one's ever seen it.
So it's
since
just verbal
1926.
accounts that it
this real?
existed.
This is a verbal.
This is right there with Sean Payton claiming he called a fake punt. Prove it.
It is
trust me.
claimed to be then, I guess, the
Trust
first
me.
ever animated film.
All
All
right.
right. Wasn't Toy Story?
Toy Story 5 we're up to now.
Did you say
So, listen, with Messi today for Argentina, are they going to just try? I feel like they could/should. He's still great. Won't they just try to get him as many goals as possible? Like, let's go get your number as high as it can go.
feed them?
It's
Like, if Argentina is able to get an early lead on Egypt, then it's
Yeah.
what?
What's the
2-0 at half. Say.
I think while he's in the game in the first half, that could be the case. But what are you doing in the second half if you're up like 3-0?
You're taking him out.
Aren't
Yeah.
you? He's 39, and you're trying to win another World Cup, aren't you?
That's
you're
a good
taking
question.
him out.
I mean, but
But
really,
while he's out there, I think every pass
there
would
is
go to him.
something with him where it's like he's almost so mythic that people don't even really like. They're like, oh, they give him a little room. Like it's Messi. I'm not gonna be the guy that goes in and tackles Messi and ends it. Like,
Yeah.
Because if I do that, I might, I don't know, get killed by some guy. Like,
Yeah, your career
could
is
be
forever
bad.
I think it can
shadowed by
look
that.
like that. I think it's more defenders are terrified because he can make anyone look stupid at
sure.
any second.
Same thing though. Really,
Yeah.
the result's the same.
Yeah, it's true.
I think
Right.
he's never. Every time I watch him play, I never am like, oh, I'm scared he's going to get hurt, even though he's 40. It kind of seems like he walks around and expends as little energy as he possibly can, and everybody kind of stays away from him, and that kind of seems like a recipe to me for like that guy's kind of just he's not going to get hurt.
Right.
And they kind of run the team like it's all about him, which is kind of cool. I mean, for a guy of that stature, they really do like everybody on that team just kind of goes like, yeah, we're here to make sure that he does whatever he wants to do and can do. And if that's the case, then I wouldn't be surprised if we see him kind of get fed tonight.
12 noon?
Noon.
12 o'clock
12 noon, all right.
Can I quickly share why I think the U.S. isn't going to ever be that good at soccer?
Sure.
I don't think that the United States youth sports culture is conducive to anyone ever developing a good system. I think there's too many crazy parents. Nobody will ever keep a kid at an academy for long enough to create Messi. They're too crazy. Parents are too crazy. The whole thing is too...
There's a lot to be said about the youth sports industry.
There's too much money.
Well,
right?
Right. And
it's also too big.
Maybe
keeping it as organized as some like European countries.
And maybe what you're getting at is something like, anytime anybody says like the best athletes don't play soccer, I think we have enough great athletes that does anybody think athleticism is the problem?
No.
It's skill, it's cohesiveness, it's
the way that they're
the
taught
way that
and
they
developed.
play. It's a lot of those things. But
I saw a clip of I think it was Abby Wambach talking about development, and like she spent time with development teams in other countries, and it's so different. The players just can do more with the ball, younger, faster, because they work more at it, and they know how to teach the kids better. And I think coaches here care less about teaching the kids well and more about looking good enough to make the most money. And so you will never get solid, real academies that develop true studs. I think it is too big of an industry that cares too much about the money than it does the kids. Any youth sport at this point, that's how it is.
Right.
Hockey, I lived it. I still coach. I do it. Baseball's like that. Football is like that. Basketball, everything is like that here. It's just what it is. Every parent wants their kid to be Messi, and not every kid's going to be Messi at their program, and so they move them. And there's money and all of it. I just don't think it's ever going to happen because of that.
I mean,
$803-0550.
really a lot of how many of their players, the men's national team, didn't even develop here. Like, I'm pretty sure Pulisic moved to Germany when he was a kid. Balogun.
Tillman was
Dest is not
born
even
in Germany, wasn't he?
Yeah, Tillman is German. Anthony Robinson, he developed in England. Dest in Netherlands. Balogun, England. Musa, England. Tillman, Germany.
Yep.
There's guys on the bench: Germany, Denmark, Brazil, England. Like a lot of their team. I didn't even mention Pulisic and Reina. They're Germany. Weah, France. A lot of these guys didn't develop in the U.S.
I'm thinking about
Berhalter did.
I'm thinking about Thomas Vanek. Why are there no? There are not that many Austrian players. There are some, and like the game of hockey continues to grow. But Vanek had to leave home at age maybe 14 to continue development and to be better because you're too good for your entire country.
That was a story about. I know it's still Canada, but Dylan Cousins left
Alaska.
Whitehorse when he was like 10 to go.
You're too good
to go live in like the British Columbia to get better.
And the only thing I'll say about that is like those two examples are missing one key element where. With Vanek, it's a smaller country. With Whitehorse, the population isn't that high, right? You got to go to where the people are, where they're developing the best of the best. And in the U.S., like there's no shortage of people. There's no shortage of, like it's just not. It's an odd thing to kind of square, I think, to say, well, if we just did this, like there certainly are enough people. Is there not enough motivation? Everybody just chooses football. Football has 100 players on high school teams. I don't know. I
mean, I think it's a bigger job than this, but didn't USA Hockey kind of do this? Like through the development program and just everything that USA Hockey has done in the last 15 years, and you finally saw evidence of it like on the ice at the professional level.
Right.
Like, there's so much more talent, and that's I think by decisions that the organization made over the last 20 years.
That's right. And to me, the biggest indicator that it was happening is not actually the games between the U.S. and Canada. Where it actually happened is a U.S. player goes number 1 overall. And then all of a sudden it goes from being, oh, wow, that happened to, oh, that's just normal. That happens all the time. You get the play. Who's the best goalie? Who's the best forward? Who's the best defenseman? Like I can make cases at pretty much every position that I've got one of the best. I don't have McDavid, but McDavid could have been born in the U.S., Right. There's going to be natural ability on some level.
Yep.
Cristiano Ronaldo, did he have to leave the island of Madeira at a young age? My guess is yes.
I would
and go to mainland Portugal. A lot of factors. It doesn't really bother me.
No.
It doesn't bother me.
We got enough stuff over
The
here.
thing that bothers me is the belief that we would just be better if only we tried. That's the only thing that bothers me.
You know why it bothers me? It's because how many things are the U.S. good in that are even that competitive? Like, okay, we're the best at basketball.
Right.
Those games are never even that close.
Right.
You know, like hockey is finally at least like
There's
this. Like I get great games.
There's like 5 countries that play hockey.
Like one thing about what would be great about being great at soccer compared to others
Is to truly
is
be-
because everybody else does it. The drama in the tournaments and like the World Cup, like it would be way more entertaining than it. I'm a big basketball fan. It would be infinitely more entertaining if the U.S. was this good at soccer in World Cups than when the U.S. just goes to the Olympics and blows everybody out by 40 points until they play France and they win by 10.
Right.
In basketball.
803-0550. Get a break in here on WGR. Read your piece at NBC Soccer, Nick. I was, eager to see what you had to say about it, and I think, I'll let you speak for what you think about the game, what you think about what it means in the context of everything. But I appreciated that you basically said anybody saying the future is bright is missing the point. Maybe right now is not the time to try and do something like that. So, your earliest emotions and kind of where you are right now after Team USA's clunker against Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just looking at that guy and saying, "Not now, Derek." Like, it's just really, really upsetting. The performance was poor. The plan was fine. The lineup was what you wanted, and then they just went out there and they. I know it's a cliche, but they picked a bad time to play a bad game, and boy, was it bad. The stars were bad. You need your stars to shine. They weren't good. The weaknesses were their weaknesses, and Belgium exposed them. And it shouldn't have been that bad. And I don't think any of the players or coaches or anyone can explain why they didn't really show up.
How much of it was talent versus how much of it was guys like Pulisic and others that really should have been better? Like, I guess it looked like an outclassing, Nick, and that's why I and so many are disappointed. Is I thought this was supposed to look a lot closer, if not even look like they're on par with this team compared to what they looked like, 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, the weaknesses are at the back, and the weaknesses are well, it's pretty clear now in goal as well. We talked about beforehand that their goalkeeper had never been on a stage like this, and we can see, is he just another goalkeeper, or is he capable of something bigger? And he most clearly was not. He had a couple nice saves, but obviously a massive error. But no, I think, their stars didn't show up. Christian Pulisic is in an almost 6-month-long funk. He did not score for his club from January 1st onward. And he has 1 goal for the U.S. in that time, and that was against Senegal in a game he looked good. And look, he looked bright against Paraguay before he got hurt. When he came back from injury, he looked bright, and he was poor yesterday. And it wasn't anything Belgium did to take him out of the game. He just dribbled into traffic. He looked like he didn't quite have it. He ended up getting injured on kind of a freak play where he went to kick the ball and instead kicked the guy trying to block a shot. And it wasn't just him. Weston McKennie worked hard but was sloppy.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a change in your heating and cooling bills? I'll give Belknap a ring. You can watch us on YouTube. We're sponsored by Belknap Heating and Cooling. They are one of our presenting sponsors of the program on YouTube. That's good. You can see us sad after teams lose their games.
Yep. And it happens
we were gonna be
fair amount.
We were gonna be a Portugal show. They're out. Mm-hmm. The US is out. So think about it for a second. Give Belknap a ring. 0% financing. The cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring.
I know Joe Callie's rooting for because he's sitting pretty in first place in our
with Norway and Morocco.
With Norway and Morocco.
All right, who are we rooting for? Norway?
I mean, he's not going to have to win the whole thing. He gets one more win for. You get one more win from either, and you're probably good. But they both have tough matchups.
Very tough.
England and France.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds one of those two teams win? Is it even a coin flip?
Morocco and France, were they in the same group?
No, they played in the semifinal at the last World Cup.
Okay,
and I think it was close, 2-1 maybe. And Norway could beat England. I mean, Norway should be our team, right?
Norway would be fine.
If we're transitioning to somebody, I feel like Norway would be the one. I like Morocco, too.
I'll tell you one thing. Like, searching teams' history against one another in the World Cup, not quite the same as I type in Morocco, France history. It's not going to give me the games.
Yeah.
It's going to give you, like,
colonial
wars
conquest
from, like, 1200.
Yes, the French conquest of Morocco.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the games. But Morocco could win. One thing I read about France is they are so terrifying on the attack that they can kind of do what they want.
Yeah.
But if they play a team that can possess the ball, they'll be challenged in a way they have not yet been challenged. So we'll see. And on Norway and England doesn't have any defenders left, and they have to stop.
I know.
They have to stop Holland. Like, Brazil has great center backs and one of the best in the world, and he beat him.
Yeah.
And Holland is just now going to chew up the England back line, I think.
And if he does, couldn't that game be like the Mexico game where it's just back and forth?
Could.
They might have to just outscore him.
I bet he gets a lot more touches and a lot more chances than he did against Brazil. Brazil, he touched the ball 12 times and scored 2 goals. I bet he gets a lot more touches in this game against England.
So I should bet him to score a hat trick.
What can I get on? What are the odds on Norway, England? I like Norway to win. And I think I'm rooting for Norway to win the whole thing.
I know they're an underdog.
They are plus 170.
Okay.
Belgium is plus 250 against Spain. Morocco plus 295 against France. And then, of course, like today, who plays Argentina? Colombia will be a big dog there. Right?
Not nearly as big as Egypt is.
No.
But they'll be an underdog.
But Norway is the best favorite. Sorry, the best underdog. At plus 170. What am I trying to say? England's the lightest favorite, minus 215.
Right.
Saturday, 5 o'clock.
I mean, Argentina hasn't really been tested either. I mean, we know they're great, though. They won the last tournament.
Yeah.
The most they've been tested was Cabo Verde.
What you are setting up to get, if it goes just the way that the tournament has gone so far, looking at the bracket,
yeah,
I get Holland against Kane.
Yeah.
Right? And then the winner of that likely plays Messi.
Yep.
And on the other side, it's going to be Mbappe. And there's no one else from Morocco, Spain, or Belgium that's scoring all of the goals.
No.
Like the 4 goal scorers.
But Yamin Lamel is a star, superstar for Spain. So you have him. And Belgium's got stars. They need to play him a lot yesterday.
803-0550. No game tomorrow. So games today and no game tomorrow.
And Ronaldo's career ends without a World Cup. Which, that's a mark. Like they could have won it, and that's a missing piece on their resume. That would be a pretty dark feeling too. Maybe not as dark because if you're Portugal, don't you feel like I'm good enough at soccer that eventually I've got a good look at winning a World Cup.
Well,
I think the reason, the one thing I might feel like sad about today is I'm from Portugal. I'm a huge soccer fan, and nothing would be better than my team winning the World Cup. And I just had the second best player ever to play the sport for 20 years, and I didn't do it.
Yeah.
That would kind of be like the day after Allen's final game, and I haven't won it.
Right.
Like I had this superhuman being for 2 decades, and I wasn't able to do the thing.
Not just that, they never made the semis with Ronaldo.
Right.
Like they got to the
quarters. Right?
They got to the semis in 2006, and since then,
okay,
no deeper than the quarters one time.
Right.
Brazil's also pretty disappointing at the World Cup.
Yeah, Neymar never got past the quarterfinals in 4 World Cups.
I like all the comparisons to college football and college basketball programs. Like, who is this team? You know, quarterfinals. They got to the semis in 2014. Brazil did, and they won it in 2002.
Who's the U.S.
and 94?
Who's the U.S. in college football or college basketball?
The U.S. in college football?
They'd be like, well, someone earlier said Penn State, right? James Franklin.
Sure.
Are they good enough to be Penn State?
The expanded playoff makes it tougher.
Yeah.
They are. Who was the football team this year that was undefeated, that was never even thought of to be in the college football playoff? Wasn't there a team
like you want one of the non-Power 5 schools?
Yes.
They're like, who was that this year? Did they get in? They got in, right? I mean, usually it's Boise State.
It was BYU.
BYU.
Yeah. Was it BYU this year?
They were one of them.
Yeah, maybe BYU. I don't know. Imperfect. Make them NFL teams. I feel like around here we can do that better. The U.S. is the Dolphins.
Yes.
This time it's different. No, it's not.
Portugal's the Bills.
Portugal's probably the Bills. Yeah, never made a final. Right?
One of the greatest players in the world.
Yeah.
On top of it.
That's why I was rooting for them to break through, to continue the series of teams that break through. England could still do that. Maybe Norway is your Bills vibes.
England
Norway is, I've got 2 freaks and whatever, 1 freak and some other good players.
England is like the Cowboys. Aren't they? They get all the talk. They haven't won in a while.
Maybe.
A long time.
I'll be rooting for whatever. Whoever wins Norway.
I'm just not with you on the rooting for England. Maybe it's because I don't have any Liverpool guys.
That's exactly it. Arsenal is Arsenal.
They don't have. That's kind of incredible, isn't it? They don't have a single Liverpool player.
Arsenal is everywhere in this tournament. I've got Saliba with France. I've got Trossard with Belgium. I've got Gabriel just got knocked out with Brazil. But England has a couple Arsenal players.
Right.
Norway has Ødegaard. Like I've got in every game, I'm finding a guy. Marino scores the goal for Spain. Like I've got a guy everywhere.
Yeah.
Still. I didn't have anybody on Team USA. Balogun was a, alumni to a degree.
He is probably coming to the Premier League.
Yeah, probably.
Big transfer market. I saw Chelsea or Spurs.
And maybe people will jump in and start watching him,
I mean, he'll be on TV a lot more if that's the case. If he plays at Chelsea, he'll be on TV 50 times more than
if he plays at Chelsea, will he ever get in the starting lineup? Like Pulisic had to fight for time in the Chelsea lineup.
Different manager, I would hope better, but you're right. Yeah, he went there and did nothing because they wouldn't play him.
Right.
So I would hope he would play.
If you're growing bored of the soccer talk, it's winding down. We got 12 days left in the final, but now the Team USA is out, Focus on training camp, I guess.
And the NFL Top 100 list.
The NFL Top 100.
I hate that list so much right now. There are...
We are to 81,
We've got guys in their list that aren't even on a team.
Yeah,
Bobby Wagner made the list.
Wagner's on the list.
He's not on a team at the moment.
We've made it to 81, and we have seen no Bills, which means however many Bills make the top 100, they're in the top 80. Allen, Cook. Who else are you confident in?
I saw a interesting exercise. Chad Forbes, have we had him on the show before? Draft guy at NFL.com.
Yep.
He did a redraft of the entire league, but a win now redraft, like for just this season.
Okay.
And he had James Cook insanely high, in my opinion. Like it went how you'd expect, right? Who would you think would go high in a thing like this is just for this season only?
I mean, I would put James Cook very high.
How high?
Among running backs or like
among all players.
Well,
but you want to do running backs too, you could do that too.
I'd put him as a top 5 back. Yeah. I want exactly what he brings. I want breakaway, speed, threat from anywhere. I need explosives, and he's an explosive.
So in this exercise that he did, Allen went number 1.
Okay.
Which you might expect. Mahomes 2, Stafford 3.
And I wouldn't take Mahomes 2, but okay.
And then Stafford 3. The top 12 players were all quarterbacks, right?
Hold on. Alert.
We got hot takes coming.
Chili chain, hot take time.
All right, so 12th overall was...
I got one.
You got one right now?
I got one.
All right, go ahead.
Again, you put this on, it means like you're...
Ooh, I think I know what he might have cooking up over there.
You do know, don't you?
Maybe.
Who should be the second quarterback?
Oh, okay, that's not where I thought you were going. The second quarterback should be Lamar Jackson, if I were doing it. Why? Who should it be?
It should be Drake May. This has been your chili take.
Wow.
Hot take. The second quarterback should be Drake May.
Drake May was the 6th quarterback taken.
Okay. I know he had a bad Super Bowl. He had very little supporting cast, overmatched. You know, they're a little early. They wildly upgraded. You're going to see a lot more out of him. He's going to be really good.
The first 12 picks were all quarterbacks. Who was the first non-quarterback?
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, 13th. How far behind that did James Cook go?
Hopefully 30 picks. I mean, I think Will Anderson would be the pick after Myles Garrett, or he should be.
James Cook went 26th overall.
Okay. You're building your roster with a...
Ahead of C.J. Stroud, Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase, Kyle Hamilton, Brock Purdy.
I mean, I've got no issue putting ahead of Stroud. But...
Penei Sewell, Pat Surtain.
Brock Purdy is the most...
Brock
Purdy's the most underrated player in the NFL every single year.
Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St.
You're telling
Brown.
me that C.J. Stroud went ahead of Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Throw it in the trash. Into the trash, and then tip the trash upside down so people can't see into the trash receptacle. Purdy is underrated every year, every which way. Does that need the spicy... I need the chili chain for that one, too? All right, maybe May shouldn't be second. I just wanted to try the chili chain.
Darnold went 18th, JSN 19th.
It's kind of like Let's Get Stupid. When you put the chili chain on, you can say something.
Yeah.
I'm saying this might be spicy. All right, Extendo Sports, and then we're out of here on WGR. Is he not another example of, watch out, guys get old fast? Like, yeah, some guys do. He, in 3 years in Detroit,
it went pretty well.
He had 163 points in 189 games.
Right, and that was after, remember the story when the Sabres were courting him openly, like Don Granato and Kevin Adams.
And we thought...
said on our show,
the relationship...
we're getting him.
Yeah.
We're trying to get him. And
were they afraid to guarantee like a third year?
Well,
and Detroit gave him 3 and the Sabres offered 2?
Remember, the thing that he had at that point, he was 35 years old, and he was coming off a hip surgery that had ended dudes' careers. Like Nicholas Backstrom, I remember being one of the guys that had the same thing, and his career ended from it. Like Ed Jovanovski, there was a list. And he hadn't played yet since that. So it was, can he even really function? And then, as you mentioned, like he wasn't that far below a point-per-game player in the 3 years with the Red Wings. So, yeah, his defensive play was some of the worst in hockey, but he wasn't really that to begin with. So, him being that level of player, 47 in 50 games, 59 in 72 games, then 57 in 67, like, yeah, he's kind of an example. But he was a Hall of Fame talent, right? Like, if you're a Hall of Fame talent, you can make it to 37. Some other guys can. Jordan Stahl can. Yeah, I think he is one of them. Like, not every player you have to be afraid of being done by the time they're 32, 33 years old. And I would expect that if they signed Patrick Kane, he would still be like a 50-point player for the Sabres. Mm-hmm. Right?
Power play number 1.
Do you play with Tage next year? Like, if he's playing on one of your top 2 lines and he's playing on your number 1 power play unit, he's going to stink defensively, of course, but what's he going to do production-wise. Isn't he going to put up 50 points? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
I hear what you're saying about like Belgium being deeper, and right, they had guys from Manchester City that were on the bench. They have a keeper that plays at Real Madrid who was not asked to do anything really until the 80th minute. But they were getting outclassed by who? Like the guy who scored 2 goals for Belgium plays at Atalanta in Italy, and two of my best players play in that league at bigger clubs. Like Pulisic plays at AC Milan. McKennie plays at Juventus, and they were their worst 2 players yesterday. I mean, Pulisic set like a record for turnovers by the time he left the game. He had 11 in the first half where he lost possession. So I guess that adds to it is these are the guys that let me down are the guys that are supposed to be driving this program forward and are playing at the big clubs in Europe, and they were getting schooled last night by guys who played at Brighton and Hove, like which is in the Premier League, but it's not Liverpool, Arsenal, or Manchester City. Like they were. I think that really added to it. Is I saw that they weren't playing Doku at the beginning of the game, who is terrifying. He is so fast, and like watching that guy play at Manchester City as a Liverpool fan over the last couple of years, like he is terrifying to go up against. And they didn't play him until he was 3-1. If he had come out there and dominated them, there might have been a part of me that said, well, what are you going to do? That's one of the best players in the world. They didn't even play their best players. That's incredible that they could look that good against the U.S. and not even have some of their best guys out there. They didn't even need De Bruyne. He didn't play a second of the game. It just was supposed to be different. Was it wrong? I guess looking back now it was. Was it wrong to expect them, like, just be as good as Belgium? Because if I can't ask for that now, it's like, well, am I ever going to be able to ask for it? Am I ever going to be able to ask for them to be as good as the second-tier European teams?
All right, in and out. Messi and Argentina at noon today. The Colombia-Switzerland game. That could be good. I can root against Granit Xhaka. I don't know if he plays still for Switzerland.
He does.
He does? Yeah. I'll root against that guy. He used to play for my team, and I didn't like him. So I still don't like him. All right, we're back tomorrow.
NHL schedule being revealed, by the way, July 15th.
Okay.
Just opening night matchups.
Right when I'm thinking hockey. Let's go. July 15th, opening night matchups in the NHL. Sabres, Canadiens. Let's have it.
Give me Tampa.
See you tomorrow.